Hi, Meekness. It's so nice to have you on the call. Wow, you came extra early. That's really nice. Thank you so much for joining. We're starting in 49 minutes. And yes, if you don't mind, you can also share our flyer to your department, to your class group, so they can also join and learn. Thank you. Meekness, can you hear me? Okay, yes, you can. Thank you.
Tosin, morning. Hello, Tosin, good morning.
Yes, hello. Good morning. Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. So, click
Great.
can you click on the participant side?
Like, I can't hear you though.
Can you click on the participant side meeting? Participants.
Yes, I've clicked on it.
Also, to get the meeting. Okay, let me check. I think the meeting is open for everyone. So let me check. Or are you having to add others into the meeting?
No, it's open. It's open to everyone.
Okay, and there's no need for you to click on that setting here. Yeah.
No.
Because I wanted to ensure that the meeting is open to everyone. So since it's open, no
Okay.
problem. And I think is it recording already?
No, not yet. You are the
Okay.
co-meeting host, so you can do the recording like once we start properly.
Okay. I can see that the meeting is open to everyone already. That's good. So all the lecturing is just recording.
Yes. Thank you
So don't
very
worry, you can
much.
start recording from your end once we time.
Okay.
So I think we are good to go. Your mic check is okay. So once we start, we are good to
Yes.
go.
Okay. Thank you so much. Also, it looks like the recording has started already, I think. Or can you help me check that?
I think it's probably because this is a premium. Um,
Yes.
just check on your PC. If you click on your PC, is it recording or not?
Yeah, it shows that it's recording actually. Thank you very much.
Okay, just give it. Me and Sadiq will click on backup properly, or we'll just cut out the parts before we put on YouTube.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, no problem. I think we are good to go.
Yes, thank you very much. Great. Good morning, everyone. I see that we have about 13 people on the call already, and we are 6 minutes to the commencement of this webinar. And I am excited to be here with you. I believe you're excited to be on the webinar. And if you're excited, I would like to see your excitement, right? Use your emojis. Kindly use your emojis. Thank you, Ibrahim. Thank you very much. Yes, meekness. Meekness is all the way from, she's here all the way from Malawi. I want us to celebrate meekness, right? With our clapping emoji. She's here all the way from Malawi. You're welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. We're so glad to have you. Great. So before we start properly, I would like us to meet ourselves. I mean, those who came early, it'd be nice to do a little bit of networking before we meet us before we start the webinar properly. So if you are not shy, I'd like you to raise up your hand and introduce yourself using this format, right? Your name, your school, and one thing you'd like to from this webinar. So I'll be going first. My name is Tosin Akinmoladun. I'm the Vice President International Affairs for National Association of Quantity Surveying Students in Nigeria, and I am a final year quantity surveying student of Abafemi Awolowo University. And one major thing I'd like to get from this webinar is how to actually position myself internationally, like narrowing it down to, applying for international opportunities to international universities, and also building my CV, right, to apply for remote jobs. Those are the two key things I want to take from this webinar. So I would like to open the floor for someone else. You can just raise up your hand and I will definitely call you. Yes, what would you like to get from this webinar? Okay. I'm not seeing a lot of people raising up their hands. Okay. Mohammed Nasiru, yes. And Ibrahim.
Yes, thank you
Yes,
so
great.
Good morning. I'm Muhammad Nasir Garba. I'm a
Good
500 level
morning.
computer brain student from Federal University, Birnin Kebbi. One thing I would like to achieve from this webinar is how to position myself out there. Because if you can't deliver, there will be no one for you outside. So I hope to achieve this and how to build up my CV too. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing that. So do we have, okay, Ibrahim, you can lower your hand now and speak.
Okay.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes.
I am Rahim
Hello, good
Shamsuddin
morning.
from the Department of Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. And I also want to improve myself and know what is the in-depth required skills as a quantity surveyor globally. And also, I want to improve my CV and add more things from this, obviously, from this webinar. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. Please let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. Right. So many people could be shy to, speak. This is one of the ways that you can position yourself globally, right? When you can, unmute your mic and actually speak in events like this. Thank you very much. So I'd like us to start introducing ourselves, right, in the chat box for those who could not who could not like unmute your mic and speak. So you could just introduce yourself. You can include your social media link too, so that we can take this conversation outside the four walls of Google Meet, and we can, learn more about each other and then glean from each other. Great. So we'll be starting in 2 minutes. And as you're introducing yourself in the chat box, I would like you to send this webinar to a friend, to a co-friend, like in quantity surveying, who you believe needs this knowledge. And you can also drop it in your class and department group so that people can join in, and we'll be happy to have more people, because we have a platform now that can accommodate more than 100 people. So kindly send this link to your friend, to your department group page, to your frenemy, right? So that we can, kickstart this webinar. Thank you very much. So good day, everyone. We are back and ready to start this event. It's 11 o'clock on dot, WAT, for my people who are not using the West African time. And we're ready to kickstart this meeting. If you're excited, I'd like you to show your excitement using your emojis. Please show your excitement using your emojis. I like to show your excitement using your emojis. Thank you, Demilade Enoch. Thank you, Ajayi. I see you. Do we have more people? Yes, I can see Alexandra. Yes, thank you very much, Ibrahim. Thank you. I can also see Kokola. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. I like us to keep it coming, just to show you excitement, right? Keep it coming, keep it coming. Keep it coming. Thank you so much. Bello Divine. Well, you're welcome. I have Abdullah Musa here. You're welcome. Leonard is here. Daniel Afolabi. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. There's Bello Divine too. I've called that before. Yes. So if I would like us to still introduce ourselves in the chat box. I've not been seeing us introduce ourselves. Write your name, your school, and where you're joining from. Right. I'd like us to introduce ourselves to the chat box. Right, please. Let's introduce ourselves in the chat box. Don't be shy. Right. Nobody don't be shy. And if you're not shy, you can show us your face, like I'm showing you my face. Because one thing that we're taking home from this event, right, is positioning ourselves online, internationally. Oh yes, somebody has introduced ourselves. We have Comrade Favor, the Vice President National Affairs of the National Association of Quantity Surveying Students in Nigeria. So for those just joining us, right, my name is Tosin Akinmoladun, and I am the Vice President International Affairs for the Quantity Surveying Students, National Association of Quantity Surveying Students in Nigeria. And I am the one like alongside the other executives of this association organizing this event, and really we are excited to have you here. We also have Wisdom from Federal Polytechnic of Technology, Akure. Yes, there's Oluwademilade Pelumi from Obafemi Awolowo University. Yes, we have Janet Ajayi from Obafemi Awolowo University. Right, great. We have Theophilus also from Nigeria Army College of Environmental Science and Technology, and he's joining us all the way from Benue State. Right, we also have people on this call who are not students in Nigeria. Right. Yes, I have a friend from Rwanda that is here. Thomas is here from Rwanda. We also have, Yes, Alexandra. Alexandra is here from Malawi University, right? So we have Leonard from Malawi, right? So this webinar is opened to quantity surveying students all over Africa. So you are free to please send this link to people, to your classmates, your department, your friend, your frenemies, so that we can all come together and really learn. Thank you very much. So without further ado, we'll be diving straight into our event for today. I'd like to introduce it to you. It is themed The Global Quantity Surveying Students, How Nigerian Students Can Position for International Opportunities. And I would like us to really be expectant because we're going to learn a lot. I believe you're with your notepad because I'm with mine. We have seasoned speakers, right, who would really pour into us today. So I'll be calling on the North Central coordinator of the NAQSS Association, in person of Miracle, Comrade Miracle. You can unmute your mic and take us in the opening prayers. Please, let's celebrate him. Let's use our clapping emoji to welcome him to the platform. Yes.
All right. Good morning, great prospective quantity surveyors and great quantity surveyors in practice. It's an honor to be here. Sorry, I haven't been saying anything. I didn't introduce myself because over here in my zone, we are bereaved. We lost a 500 level student, quantity surveying student. So you might be getting low response, maybe particularly from the University of Jos. So, but if any of them is online now, and I still send my warmest condolences to them. So without any waste of time, let's just pray. Father, we thank you for your love, your kindness, for your mercies, for everything you've done for us, for every provision, for every guidance. We say thank you. Thank you for laying it in our hearts, oh Lord, to organize this wonderful meeting, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to attend this wonderful meeting. Our earnest prayer and desire is that may we all learn a lot from this meeting, may we all be equipped, and may we all be transformed by each and everything that will be done in this meeting. Father, we pray and ask that those that are still delaying to come, may you touch their hearts to come and also learn from us, Lord. We pray and ask that may we be great and mighty quantity surveyors in our time. Thank you, Father. Lord, we ask that may strengthen each and every facilitator and help them throughout every step of the way. Any too much network issue, Lord, we ask that may it be gone. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Holy Spirit. For in Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And my condolences to the University of Jos. Great. So we're going to be going right into our welcome address. And I'll be welcoming the Vice President, National Affairs, in person of Comrade Favor, to come and lead us in the welcome address. Thank you very much.
I welcome you all to today's webinar.
Yes, we can hear you now.
So I'll first be greeting everybody here. Good day, distinguished speakers, respected guests, colleagues, and fellow quantity surveying students joining us from different institutes and locations. On behalf of the National Association of Quantity Surveying Students, it is my pleasure to warmly welcome you to today's webinar titled the global QS, how Nigerian quantity surveying students can position for national affairs. All right.
My see that you are muted. Okay, great. Thank you very much, Ma. So we'll be going directly to our presidential speech. We'll be inviting our president to come and address us briefly, right? Giving us his president's address. Before we dive right into the speakers this first speaking session. Thank you very much, sir. You can have the floor, sir.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning, my speakers, the moderators, and all our NAQSS members, and also our colleague from other countries. Are all welcome you to this wonderful webinar. So, I would like to first introduce myself. I'm by name Ahmad Yakub, a student from Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University. I'm a 500 level final year student. So, you are all welcome to this wonderful webinar. Theme: how Nigeria QS student can position for international opportunities. I think it's it's actually been a while we have something like this, which I feel all quantity surveying students need this, because this webinar is a great opportunity for us all. We have to learn this, and I believe it's a very big opportunity for us. And I want to encourage all the students that please let's not play with this opportunity that comes. Whatever you learned here, you can actually get a jota and be writing it, and whatever material you acquired here in this program, make sure you apply it. And I will encourage you all to keep building yourself in this profession of quantity surveying, because it's way beyond what we think. It's not just within Nigeria, it's international. You can find yourself working in many places around the world. So I feel this is a great opportunity for us as a student. Before you even get to graduate, you can still, using this wonderful webinar, it can help you to, how you can, if you are good in, doing takeoff, you can provide a bill. So I feel this webinar helps you to, how you can secure yourself a job online using other platforms, because there are most companies that are hiring quantity surveyors there. So I will encourage, let's benefit from this and let's all cooperate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Please let's give our president a round of applause. Thank you very much, sir, for that address. So I believe everybody is here with their jota, because I'm here with my jota. I'm ready to write. Okay, so without further ado, I'll be calling on our Southwest coordinator in the person of Comrade Akinde to read the citation of our first speaker, and then we'll dive right into the first session. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Tosin, for the wonderful introduction. All existing protocols duly observed. Good morning, everyone, and I'll be reading the citation for our first speaker of the day. I'll be reading the citation for QS Dr. Tosin Akinmoladun, PhD, MRICS, MAIQS, MNIQS, CQS, PQS, RQS, and PMP. So Dr. Olawale Toladun is a seasoned quantity surveyor with approximately 16 years of professional experience across Nigeria and Australia. He holds bachelor's and master's degree in quantity surveying from Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and completed his PhD at the University of New South Wales, Australia, where he researched sustainable procurement in construction industry. Before relocating to Australia, he served as a senior quantity surveyor with the Ondo State Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. His Australian experience spans senior estimating and cost management roles with Duffy Kennedy Constructions, Corwin Building Groups, Ailwell Construction Services, and Sydney Water. He currently works as a senior estimator with Greenlee Constructions. Dr. Toladun is a chartered member of several professional bodies, including the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, RICS, the Australian Institute of Chartered Surveyors, AIQS, Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors, NIQS, and the Canadian Institute of Quantity Surveyors, CIQS. And last but not the least, the Project Management Institute, PMI. He is also a registered quantity surveyor and practices as a chartered QS in Australia. He is the CEO and managing director of the Macmulad Group, comprising Macmulad Consultants, Macmulad Projects, and Macmulad Supplies. He has a strong passion for developing emerging professionals and has served in various leadership and mentoring capacities, including the Vice President of NAQSS OAU, two-term General Secretary of NIQS Ondo State Chapter, and an NIQS Logbook Assessor, RICS Counselor and Assessor, AIQS Assessor, and past coordinator of YQSF in diaspora. He has also supported academia as an external supervisor to Rufus Giwa Polytechnic, Owo, and Crown Polytechnic, Ado-Ekiti. Dr. Toladun convened the art and science of writing ethical research webinar series and chaired the organizing committee for Write Tolad 1.0, a national research writing competition for QSNet in 2024. He is married and blessed with 2 children. Join me as I welcome on today's webinar QS Dr. Tosin Akinmoladun.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me, please? Let me see the thumbs up if you
Yes,
can
sir, we
hear
can
me.
hear you, sir. We can hear you,
All
sir.
right, thank you. Thank you very much. Permit me to say good evening from here. It's 9:17 p.m. in Sydney, Australia. And I want to appreciate the leadership of the National Association of Quantity Surveying Students for considering me to be a speaker on this very wonderful event. I also want to appreciate my co-guest speakers, QS Dr. Opeyemi Akinredewo, and sorry, remind me the name of the next person. Sorry, I can't remember. Yeah, thank you
Yes,
for.
QS Duncan.
What do you say?
Yes, QS Duncan, sir.
Oh, QS Duncan. Yeah, pardon me, please. Thank you very much for creating time to address upcoming quantity surveyors. Please, I would love us to mute our devices so that there won't be any disturbance, so that everyone can be able to listen effectively. Today, I will be talking about how to structure your CV and portfolio. How to structure your CV and portfolio for remote and international roles. By extension, not only international, it could be for national as well. And everything we're going to discuss here today, I want to implore you, don't let it end here today. Try as much as possible to make it a part of you, part and parcel of you. You don't know where it's going to be useful. I'm going to share examples using my own CV because I recently changed job, and for all the years I've been seeking for job or I've been seeking for opportunity, this move has been the easiest for me. The reason why I said that was my application was just about 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And in 2 weeks, I landed 6 interviews. How was it like that? In fact, when I was telling my boss, who said, please, you need to give me the secret you used. And the basic secret is what I want to share with you today. So why is CV? Why does it matter? Why does it matter? Because if you don't know the matter or the weight of the thing, abuse will be its use. And we've seen a lot of abuse on CVs. One of the very key thing about CV is it highlights your value quickly. It highlights what you stand for when you are not there. When people see your CV, they can, just like a quantity surveyor, when you're trying to measure trenches or when you're trying to measure a building that is yet to come alive, you have to create the caricature, you create the image in your brain of everything you're seeing. So your CV is creating your image. Your CV is creating your image. And the kind of image your CV portrays, that is what is going to be. That's the way you're going to be addressed. Like I told you, I landed 6 interviews. I received so many calls. Oh, your CV is impressive. Can I save a copy and see if there are any opportunities, and I'll call on you? No worries. Go ahead. So it must showcase who you are. And nowadays, AI scans CV, not even human. So they will have given it a set of instructions, a set of keywords to be used. And in 3 seconds, it will pour out who you are. And they can be able to say, okay, keep this one, trash this one, keep this one, trash this one. And that is the way they shortlist. And it is the feedback from the AI, the shortlist from the AI, that the HR will spend time to go through and have a second shortlist. It is this second shortlist that makes it to the interview. So you can see a lot of processes that your CV will pass through. So there are some CVs that doesn't even make it to the front of the HR. But your CV must be able to make it into the presence of the HR to stand a chance of having an interview. Your CV creates a strong professional first impression. And that first impression must be about competence. It must be about what can you do? Is this person capable for this role? Or is this person capable? Is it competent for this role? Is he able to, perform what is expected of this role? So must create a strong and a very good professional impression of yourself. It must show your attention to detail. The way you fracture your CV will tell how good you are in paying attention to details. As we might call it an error, or typo, that's the easiest mistake to make. There must not be any typo on your CV. When I mean typo, not typographical error, that shows you have read every line bit by bit. and you have corrected every mistake that might be contained in it, right? And your CV increases your chances of being shortlisted. I've explained that one. Your CV is a strong, well-designed portfolio that helps you stand out in a competitive global market. And I would like to say here that you set the tone, or you set the bar for where you want your CV to get to. You are the one that will set the bar. Okay, I want this CV to get to the global market. I want this CV to be in the national market. I want this CV to be the local market. There are differences. So you are the one to raise the bar for yourself, where you want your CV to appear, how you want to, put out your CV. In a typical CV, there are 5 key things that must be the content. 5 key things. These key things, that is what AI looks for. That is what the HR looks for to any particular role. And the very first one is knowledge. In a simple way, I would say, what do you know? That's knowledge. What do you know? If me, for example, if my company is recruiting for a quantity surveyor, I will be looking out for a quantity surveyor. So what do you know as a quantity surveyor? That is why you won't see an architect applying for the role of a quantity surveyor. And that is why you won't see a quantity surveyor applying for the role of a land surveyor, or a mechanical engineer applying for the role of a structural engineer. What do you know? What you know. That is your knowledge. What you have acquired, the knowledge you have acquired. And when I'm talking about acquisition of knowledge, it is not restricted to what you have learned in school. What you are learning in school is just the rudiments. And we always say that it's about 30% of what you should know. What you are spending 2 years, 4 years, 5 years to learn from the university is just about 30% of what you should know. So that is why it is encouraged. You are always encouraged to go for seminars, to go for webinars like this, to read books, to form a reading hub, where you discuss trending issues. All right. So those are the things that will form your knowledge of what you want to apply for. And the second one is your skills. What's the difference between skill and knowledge? Knowledge is acquisition. Skill is practicing. How have you been able to apply that knowledge in typical situation? That is why the way for example, when you're structuring your CV, we're going to talk about that, how to tailor your experience. When you're structuring your CVs, you must be able to express what you have gone through, how you have processed your knowledge. Take, for example, you're a fresh graduate, and I've always heard this most of the time from fresh graduates: I have no experience. And I will tell you, who told you have no experience? Oh no, I'm just coming out from school. I don't have experience. And I said, okay, what about your 200 level SWEP? What about your 300 level IT? What about your 400 level IT? What are those ones called? If you're serving as a president of your department, what is that called? If you are a class rep, what is that called? Or is that part of what you are, or is that part of what you are sent to go and learn at school? I was a class rep of my class from part 1 to part 5. And I was course rep for 2 or 3 other courses that involved the entire faculty. I was a vice president of NAQSS. You get it? And all these things, when I need them in my CV, I put them there. If I'm applying for a job that has to do with leadership, I put them there. I can say I manage so number of students as a student leader. It is what, and when I managed it, I was able to achieve this, and this. I remembered when I think I just walked into a hall when I was in the university, And I never knew that they were just trying to, I think the student union was proscribed then in OAU, and were about bringing it back to life. And they had to conduct, elections in all the faculties to select 2 persons that would be in the committee to reinstate the student union. And I just walked in. And when I walked in, someone just said, "Oh, we are nominating Tosin." I said, "Nominating me for what?" I said, "You will know later." By the time I got to know, they will come and tell us your manifesto. What have you done? How have you led? And I said, I've been the class rep of my class for 4 years, and I've handled leadership role in some courses. And in all those courses, no students had issue with any of the lecturers. That was how I won the election. And you know what they were saying? Said, I want to queue behind someone who has experience. So don't tell me that because you're a fresh graduate, you don't have experience. You have skills. You have learned about resource allocation, and you have demonstrated it as a general secretary of NAQSS in trying to allot roles to your classmates to achieve something. That's an experience. There was a work, there was a situation, you apply the knowledge, which becomes a skill, and you have an achievement, you have a result. So all these things, there are ways you put it into your CV that will show people that you know what you're doing. And the third thing they want to see in your CV is your network. And when I'm talking about network, what association do you belong to? Are you just a lone ranger? And this is where NIQS has helped a lot of people. When I mean help, I'm not saying they help them, but because you are a student member, oh, if this person can be a student member and now a probationer member, then it shows there are some people that are giving him advice. You can see the implication of that just student membership or probationer membership NIQS. It has an undertone meaning. Do you get it? When they see it, oh, this person has people guiding him. This person has people leading her, putting her through. That is the implication. Get it? And references, that is what we call referees. Referees. Who are those that can vouch for you? Who are those that can vouch for you? That they can say, oh, this person, I had an opportunity to work with him or her, and he can be able to do this, or is able to be taught. Do you know what I'm saying? So these are things you need to put relevant reference. Not that because you have an uncle somewhere who is an engineer and you think the person will be able to be a good reference, you go and put his name, the person who has never spent 3 hours with you at any point in time, and you're listing the person in your referee. On the international world, they will call your referee. They will call them your referees. Oh, this person listed you as a referee. What do you know about the person? So you must list a referee. The fact that you are having a professor on your referee doesn't mean you are going to get a job. No. So you must list someone who has a close ally with you, who can talk about your attributes, your attitudes, your values, your attention to details, who can be able to say something about, let me say, about 60 or 65 or 70% of you, about you to someone else. And the person will be able to decode the kind of person you are. The current job I'm having now, one of my interviewers took the phone and called my previous boss. And when they called my previous boss, my boss called me after I ended the call. He said, Wale, are you applying to? So yes, I'm applying as a senior estimator here. Oh, he said, I've just been called to have the job. And I said, thank you. That was my former boss. So the way you behave somewhere matters, because you can never know where that will get you to. And sincerely, I got the job, because they are friends. And reputation, you must be able to showcase your values. Your values. Are you disciplined? Do you pay attention to details? We'll go into all this in a short while. And I've just transferred what I explained into a chronological order. So your CV must have a header and your contact details. It must have a professional summary, about 3 to 4 sentences. It must have your core skills. What are you going to do? Experience, educational qualification, and sometimes professional qualification. The softwares, the tools you know how to use, and there are some roles that are project specific. If you have some roles that are project specific, I add 2 or 3 of them like that. Instead of having work experience, your work experience can be project experience. So in that case, you list the similar projects you've worked on, and you discuss your role and your achievements on those projects. And referees. So the next thing I want us to quickly go into is work experience. You can see an example here of what I've mentioned there. The core body of your CV is your experience. And that experience has to be tailored to the role. They are not talking about your experience as someone that has come to life or as someone that has studied quantity surveyor. And because that is what we see in most of the CVs. Someone is applying for an estimator and is putting an experience of a quantity surveyor. Such a person can never be shortlisted. Mark my words. Yes, a quantity surveyor is a good estimator. But what they are looking for is an estimator. And you are putting in your body of experience that you are a quantity surveyor. You've demonstrated this quantity surveyor. They don't need a quantity surveyor. They need an estimator. So you tailor your experience as a quantity surveyor to reflect that of an estimator. You are applying for a procurement manager. You're a quantity surveyor. Good. You can apply for it. You get it? You can apply for it. But you must be able to showcase how you are a procurement manager, or even why you are in the role of a quantity surveyor. Like we all know, quantity surveyor is a jack of all trades. We know everything. But in the international world, it is fragmented. You need to know that. In my office, there are some people, they are estimator. That's where I am, an estimator. There are some people, they are contract administrator. They deal with the post contract issue. There are people, they are contract managers. These are still the same quantity surveyors. They are contract manager. And the contract manager looks into the contracts and identify killer clauses and how their organization can be able to surmount it. There are risk officers who are quantity surveyors. Theirs is to identify risk in the job, identify risk in the contracts, provide, reasonable ways to get through this risk. Are we accepting the risk? Are we transferring the risk? Are we rejecting the risk? That is their whole role. They are quantity surveyors as well. There are some, they are claim managers. Theirs is to attend to claims. Anything claim on a job, still within the same organization. These are quantity surveyors, but they are on different roles. So when you're putting your CV together for any particular role, tailor your experience that is similar to that role. That is what you put first. And in writing that, you use the STAR format, which they call the situation, the task, the action, and the result. Whenever you are putting, look at a typical example of that cost controller role. That was my last role before this one. I was with Sydney Water then, and I was doing the role of a cost controller. See the first item I have there: delivered high accuracy cost estimates and commercial inputs for procurement and contract administration, achieving 95% estimate accuracy within plus or minus 5%. You have explained what the situation is, what the task is. And if you look at dot number 3, prepared P44 cost plans and ensured correct cost allocation to WBS codes with 98% allocation accuracy, thereby improving cost traceability. So they know, okay, this person understands how to apportion costs, how to cost code, how to ensure they can trace the right thing. So and another example given is, like you say, prepare. I've seen a lot of people when you're writing your role, maybe you work at XYZ Projects Limited and you're a quantity surveyor, and you just put the prepared bill of quantities. Anybody can prepare bill of quantities, even engineers, they do. Even architects, they tell you they know how to do estimating. They tell you they know how to do this, they know how to do that. But what difference is your home POQ making? So that bullet point should have been prepared bill of quantities for residential projects, improving cost accuracy by 10%. So they know that, okay, at the end of the day, maybe the final cost of that project was like 5% above your budget. That is what they want to know. That you don't prepare a budget, that the final cost will be like about 40-50% over what the budget you prepared. No one wants to do that. No one. Let's move on quickly. Now, tailoring your experience to the job role. How do you achieve that? The first thing is, let me warn you, don't submit just one CV template for as many jobs as possible that you apply. No. In the Western world, your rejection emails will be going to 500. That was the first thing I did when I got here. Just a CV, I was sending it, applying for estimator, applying for quantity surveying, applying for this, updating my CV. And I wonder, maybe after 3 or 4 days, we appreciate your application for this. We are sorry to advise you that we are not going to be progressing to the next. You get it? And I got to tell myself, what's happening? Why am I not getting this? There's a trick. Read the job description. Read the job description. What role do they want you to perform? The job description, there will be the job title, and there will be the job description. For example, like that cost controller job I applied for at Sydney Water, they were looking for cost controllers. And what does cost controllers do? Monitor cost, set cost plans, prepare forecasts, monitor forecast, and align the results with the actual with the forecast. So what I've done is a QS job, right? But I must not present it like I am a quantity surveyor. It is good that I have a quantity surveying background. That shows I understand what I want to do. But the aspect which they want to see is my cost controlling aspect, not my estimating aspect, not my cost planning aspect. So I focus more on what? Cost control. So you read the role, they will list the role, the job that they want you to do. So carefully read the role requirements, read the responsibilities. Are you going to be attending to clients? Are you going to be a frontliner? Or you are just going to be a midfielder, supplying the passes to the strikers? Do you understand me? Or are you going to be someone that no one will ever notice you, but you are doing the job? Do you get it? So you must read the role. Highlight the keywords. Even cost control, no, they've written there, cost control, preparing cost plan, preparing forecasts, to align those things, forecasts, cost plan, cost control. Those are the keywords. Do you understand it? Then you can now be able to match your experience to the roles. Take, for example, before going to Sydney Water, I was working in an insurance company. In an insurance space, I was a senior quantity surveyor. And what we basically do there is when there are hazards, when there are calamities, they don't most lawyers, they don't know anything about construction. So they will call quantity surveyors, evaluate the extent of the damage, and propose the cost of reinstatement. It's one. Another one, they can say, okay, what is the value of this building as it is standing? Give us the costs this building will cost if we are building it today. You get it? And we can now backlash it to when it was built to know the value then. That was what I was doing. That was nothing close to cost control. Now, I want to rely on that experience to pitch my role as a cost controller. Then instead of me saying that I prepared, real estate, instead of me saying that I prepared repair estimates for damaged buildings, I will simply write, I control costs. I control construction costs on damaged aspect of building for repair purposes. That's what they want to see. How do I control costs? I will prepare the bill of quantities. I will send it out for them to price it. I will evaluate tenders. And I will match what is ongoing on site with what they have prepared. I highlight where there are going to be variation. That was what I was doing. But I will have to tailor it to that role that is being advertised. So you select experiences that directly align with that role. If your most recent experience to that role was what you did in your 3 companies ago, bring that company as the first one. So instead of you, now writing your CV and making it chronological, that okay, from 1999 to 2021, I was working with this company. You won't do it that way. You will just list the company, your role. Forget about the time you worked there. List the company, your role, present your title, present the role. That's what they want to see. If they want to ask you questions, they want to know more about how long are you in this one for, then they will add you to the list of the short list, make you have an interview. They can be able to ask you questions. So one way to do it, if you want to make it to an interview, don't give all of your information at one go. What they need to hear, and make them want to ask questions. Make them want to ask questions. If by the time they're looking at it and they know we have a question for this person, they will shortlist you. Then focus on achievements, not duties. I've mentioned that one before. Don't say you prepare bill of quantities. What did your bill of quantity achieve? Focus on that achievement. Describe the outcome. Describe the impact you make as a quantity surveyor in that organization. Describe it. That's what they want to listen to. Not because, yes, I'm a quantity surveyor, I have BSc, I have MSc. The world has gone beyond that. In the Western world, you see carpenters applying for the role of estimators. Yeah, they've gone to school to study carpentry. You see commercial managers applying for the role of contract administrators. You see construction managers applying for the role of estimator. So you must be able to, work on what have you achieved in this role. What have you achieved in this role? Use coincides achievements and adjust your professional summary. Let your professional summary, I'm going to share examples at the end. Let your professional summary describe you as the right person for that role. So which means that you can't have the same professional summary for all the jobs you're applying for. The next one that I want to say is tailor your skills and competencies. For example, a skill is preparation of bill of quantities. There are a lot of things that leads to a bill of quantity. You must be a good measurer. You just put it there, excellent measurement skills. Building rates from first principle. Those are skills. So if that role is more of ones that want to know the actual cost of something. Put in skills and competencies that align to that role. Don't tell them the whole situation as it is with you. Don't tell them the whole situation as it is with you. Tell them what you are capable of doing based on your experience. What you're capable of doing based on your experience. There are various platforms you can apply, seek for jobs. We have a lot of them. I've not even heard of some of them, not until I'm preparing for this. But I know of Indeed, I know of Glassdoors, I know of LinkedIn, I know of Seek. All these ones, you create an account, you build your profile. For example, in LinkedIn, I've gotten two jobs from LinkedIn. They look at your profile and check my profile on LinkedIn. Every significant project I've worked on, I put them on LinkedIn and I describe my role and I describe my achievement. In each of the places I've worked, I look for a significant project. I will just put that one there, describe my role, describe my achievement. So you build your profile on most of these platforms, and you set the kind of roles you want them to notify you about, and they will notify you. Oh, there is a job of this, there is a job of that. They will notify you. And when you sit down with it, read the job description. Is it what I can do? Yes, it is. And you need to read. There are some, if it is international, they can say, okay, that we are willing to sponsor. Some people will put it there that they're willing to sponsor. They're willing to sponsor. Okay. So such ones, you can put in all of your energy on that. There are some, they will say it's completely remote. Completely remote. They want you to be where you are, feeding you with jobs. Like in my organization, they have people that are working, we're in Australia, they have people in the Philippines that are working for them. So you can be in Nigeria and be working for a company in the United States. You can be in Nigeria, be working for a company in South Africa. That is where the world is tilted to. So your CV must present you as someone with, good knowledge. Then these are the various roles a quantity surveyor can apply for. These are the various roles a quantity surveyor can apply for. You can apply as a consultant QS, as a project QS, as a commercial manager, as a commercial administrator, a contract administrator, as a cost manager, as a cost controller, as a cost engineer. These are roles that's the way that we advertise it, cost engineer. What is it to engineer about costs? You read the description, what they want you to do. There are some people, they just want them to be on a particular project for 3 years. Do you get it? So they would need you. There was a time I was working on a power plant in Ondo State. I was part of the quantity surveying team that worked on that project in very close to Ore, the power plants being done by the Ondo State government. Then fast forward to when I was in Sydney, I saw a role. They are seeking for a project quantity surveyor for Snowy Hydro. Snowy Hydro is a power generating project. You get it? And I'm in Sydney. There is what we call local experience. They want you to have done something that is locally based. You know what I did? I just put my role currently in Sydney as an estimator, but instead of listing as an estimator, I said a quantity surveyor. And I mixed the role of an estimator and contract administration. That portrays that I have the local experience of being a quantity surveyor in Australia. And the next one, I presented the projects that I worked on, the power plants in Nigeria. And I stated my achievements. And you know what? I made it to the interviews. The only reason why I didn't get the job was that I didn't like the amount they wanted to pay me. And I said, no, I'm not taking it. So you must be, once you know the role, you can say, I mentioned here the other time, risk manager, risk advisor, sustainability manager. There are kind of funny roles you'll be hearing. A lot of funny roles. And in the background, they will say, we will appreciate if you have a quantity surveying background. So don't take your time, don't just look at the role. Read the content of the advertisement. Read the content and sit down with your CV, tailor your CV with that content. I can tell you one thing you can do now. Microsoft Office have made things easier. Very, very easy. So when you see a role, you get it? Copy that role. There's what we call co-pilot. Copy that role, put it on co-pilot, and just instruct. Paraphrase my CV to reflect this role and upload your CV. It will generate results. Read the results carefully, and you now start describing it on your CV. And when you are done with it, save it, put it on Copilot again, review this CV. Copilot will review everything line by line and will give you scores. And you know what to do. That's how to improve. It's not that, you fed it into Copilot, it brought this one out, copy, paste. No, read. Read what it brings out, tailor it to what you need, and generate what will reflect that role, and you submit. I told you when I started, in 2 weeks, I landed 6 interviews. That was how I did it. I just pick the role, pick my CV, get them into the engine, bring it out, read it word for word, correct some impressions AI is giving me. I correct it, make it look real. I'm going to share some of those CVs with you after this. Okay, I don't know if this is visible enough. This is my CV as a quantity surveyor. If you look at the summary, it said a chartered quantity surveyor with 16 plus years experience delivering cost management, commercial reporting, and risk assurance across major construction and infrastructure programs in government and private sectors. You get it? I possess proven capability supporting early phase cost planning, procurement, claims administration. This summary is all about me and as a quantity surveyor. And then I go to my key competencies. What can I do if you wake me up that I don't need to go and do any research? Cost planning, claims management, risk management, digital cost management, procurement, as many as you have it like that. And you see, pay attention to how I describe my role as a cost controller. I put that one there. Then at Aliwell as a senior quantity surveyor. Then I took my role as, a builder. And all that I did in Nigeria, in Ondo State Ministry, I put it there. And all the systems and tools that I can use, I put it there. You see where my qualification is, down. They're not interested in what you read, what qualification you have. They're interested in what you can offer. So it is when they have seen, this person achieved this, has done this. What's his qualification? They now go down. He's a PhD holder. Before applying for this role, I've always been told when you're a PhD holder, you can't get a job in you can't get a job in the construction industry. They expect you to be in the academics. And I told my supervisor, I want to be in the industry. He said, no, what do you want to go and use PhD in the industry for? I said, I want to bring it into my analytics. Since I finished my PhD, I landed 2 jobs in the industry. In the industry. And they will be telling me, PhD, what's your PhD about? And I will talk to them. Okay, what knowledge of PhD do you want to bring as analytics? I look at things from different perspectives. I will describe it the way it is, the way it should be, the way it can be. And I will give you insights for you to discuss and see what we can go to. Oh, how would you translate that into estimating? Yes, it gives me opportunity to come up with as many value engineering options as possible, because I'm looking at it from different perspectives, different perspectives. That's what I bring my PhD to do. And in the way I present my results, they know this one is different, it's at the top level. So don't say there's nothing you have that is a waste. Don't ever think that because you are not in the place where it is 100% needed, it cannot be useful. No, it will always be relevant somewhere. So that's as a quantity surveyor. Now, this is as an estimator. This is as an estimator. Can you notice the difference between the summary as an estimator and that of a quantity surveyor? Here, I wrote a chartered quantity surveyor with 16 years plus experience. Here, I wrote a detail-driven estimator. So if you are writing your CV and you must tailor it to that role. You can have as much as 10, 15. I have 2 different folders on my system, on my personal system for CVs. 2 different folders for CVs. So, and in each of them is having about 50 or 60 variants of CV of just this particular person. So it depends on the role. Don't just say because you have prepared this, you can use it to apply, for several roles. It won't work. It doesn't work that way. You must do the work. If you want to be shortlisted, you have to do the work. That is how they know that. So you can pay attention to details and give them what they want. And this as an estimator, this is as a cost planner. As a cost planner, it is still the same qualification. It is still the same places where I've experienced, but I have to tweak or tailor each of the lines under each role to suit the role I'm applying for. And if you look at the role I put here, this is cost planner. I'm describing myself as a quantity surveyor, as a cost planner, and as a cost controller. As an estimator, I'm myself as a senior quantity surveyor and senior estimator. I forget about being a cost controller. As a quantity surveyor, I put it there, I'm a quantity surveyor, I'm a cost planner, I'm a cost controller. So, and this is the one I use as an insurance QS. You can see, you just change things to reflect what you want them to know you as. And if you have done it this way, I bet it with you, they will always call you. They will always want to hear you because you didn't give all your information. They've just seen like 5% of you. They want to see the whole of you. I remember when I went to all these interviews, they were like, who is this? I loaded a CV, like within 24 hours, I got 3 calls. I saw your CV and it was very impressive. 24 hours. 24 hours. So if you put the work into your CV, the role will run after you. The roles will run after you. They will run after you. We want to get you. We want to get to know you. We want to get to meet you. So when they meet you, you have opportunity to say those hidden things that are not in your CV. And your CV maximum, I always like my CV to be 2 pages. If it's getting to 3 pages, it's getting too much. 2 pages is very okay. Work with 2 pages. It helps you to work on how you make it concise. you make it concise. Thank you very much. I don't know if you have any questions.
Wow. Thank you very much, sir, for pouring into us. Wow. Please let's give Dr. Laole Tosin a round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. That was such an insightful section. Yes, thank you very much, sir. Well,
You're welcome.
we actually have a question and answer session. Even I have a number of questions to ask, but we have a question and answer session so that we don't drag the webinar too long. So we'd like to collect the questions during the question and answer session so that you can answer them, sir. Is that fine with you, sir?
Yeah, that's very okay. No worries.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. Please let's once again give our speaker a round of applause. That was really insightful. Thank you very much. And also kindly write your questions in the chat box so that we'll take note of them. Right. And for the recording of the webinar, you can check it on our YouTube channel, National Association of Quantity Surveying Students, right? NAQSS National. So at the end of the webinar, we'll be uploading the video to the YouTube channel so you can go and watch them. And also, if you registered for this webinar and if you register for this webinar, definitely we'll be sending you the slides, right, via mail. So if you have not registered and you are on this call, I want to implore you to register because it's those whose data we have with us that we'll be sending the slides to. Thank you very much. So without further ado, we'll be going right. Yes, some dignitary walked into this webinar and we cannot but recognize them. And I would like us to please, with a resounding applause, using our clapping emoji as I call out these distinguished ladies and gentlemen, recognize their presence. We have QS Adebola Adeyera in our midst. Please let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, sir, for the enormous support you give the NAQSS National. We're so grateful to have you here. Yes, we also have QS Asuko Juliet. Thank you very much, Ma, for being here with us. We're glad to have you. We have QS Mustafa Ibrahim. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us here. We're glad to have you. And we also have QS Sarah Benjamin. You're welcome. You're welcome, Ma. Thank you very much for the encouragement, Ma. And lastly, we have our general counsel in person of Comrade Okonlawon Damilola. Please let's give her a round of applause. Thank you so much for being here with us. Thank you very much. So we'll be diving right into our next session, right, which is going to be teaching us how to apply to international university for further studies. This session is for people who would like to jackpot, but not leave us like that word. Would like to jackpot. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. So great. So I'll be calling on the person of Comrade Kudus, yes, our PRO1, to come and read the citation of our next speaker. Thank you very much, QS Adebola Adeyera, for the comments. We're so grateful, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So you can have the floor. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers, respected guests, fellow quantity surveying students from different institutions. My name is Sodiq Kodri Abidemi, NAQSS PRS1. Today, I will be the one to read the citation for Dr. Opeyemi Akinredewo. Dr. Opeyemi Akinredewo is a senior lecturer at the University of Oyo State, Department of Quantity Surveying and Construction Management. His undergraduate and master's degree are both in quantity surveying, but he holds a PhD in construction management from the University of Johannesburg, South Africa, where he developed a blockchain adoption framework for construction information management, with over 180 peer-reviewed publications, 4 published books, and about 25 research mentees. Dr. Akinredewo's research spanned the implementation of digital technologies and sustainability in the built environment. Which has won him over 10 notable merit awards. He is currently serving as a research fellow at INTI International University, Malaysia, and has contributed as a project manager in the industry to multi-million infrastructure projects in South Africa and Nigeria. He is passionate about advancing construction efficiency through emerging technologies and collaboration innovations. With clapping emojis, help me to welcome Dr. Opeyemi Akinredewo to this webinar. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, we can hear you, sir. We can hear you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity to be part of this special event for the National Association of Quantity Surveying Students. I'll be standing on existing protocol as led by my Oga, QS Dr. Tosin Akinmoladun. So as the as I've been introduced, my name is Dr. Opeyemi Akinredewo, and the topic set before me this afternoon is applying to international universities and exploring global academic opportunities. I believe a lot of us here, like me, would want at some point in time to see what opportunities lies for us outside the shores of Nigeria. This is one of the dreams I had when I was at the Federal University of Technology at that point in time during my undergraduate days, which today has actually become a reality. So for those of us who also want to be in that space, I believe this particular session would then lay a foundation for us. Not taking this session as a separate session from the previous one, because the reality is your CV goes a long way in determining whether you get opportunities, be it in the industry or in the academia. Getting admission also, your CV goes a long way. So please, what we've learned in the previous session is a precursor to what we are going to learn in this particular session, and I will implore us to try as much as possible to not throw them away. It's going to link us into how we then position ourselves to become relevant, either within Nigeria, outside the shores of Nigeria, in Africa, or even intercontinentally. So please, for this session today, we'll take 6 different steps. The first one, we'll talk about a session on introduction, where I'll try to give you an insight into who I am myself, what my experience has been. And then we'll then look at understanding the scholarship landscape, how things work out in the scholarship arena globally in the current age that we are. Then we move on to look at how to navigate scholarship applications, before we then look at what you need on your profile, what makes you stand out to get qualified, to get selected when you apply for that scholarship. Then beyond that, we'll do a side step to look at how to apply to universities. It's more or less similar approach to how you apply to the scholarship opportunities, but sometimes the approach differs. So I'll just try to give us an insight into what we need to put together and how to go about applying to universities outside Nigeria. Then we wrap it up with food for thought. So as an introduction, I decided I would use my own story to lay a foundation, to give us an insight into how these things work. The reality of getting scholarship opportunities is it's not cast in stone, so there is no one size fits all. But at the same time, we have opportunity to adapt our application to opportunities that are available around us. So for myself, back in the days that I finished from Federal University of Technology, where I had BTech in Quantity Surveying in 2015. So during the course of my undergraduate years, I started developing the interest to say, yes, I would want to practice in Nigeria, but I would also want to have the experience of studying outside Nigeria. So I started looking at what could position me to be in that particular space. By the time I was leaving Nigeria in 2018, July, I was not leaving because I've gotten a scholarship opportunity. I was leaving because I've been introduced to a space where I would then be able to get more opportunities towards getting a scholarship. So at the end of the day, I usually tell people sometimes you would not leave Nigeria because you've gotten the opportunity, the scholarship opportunity while still in Nigeria. It depends on how the program is structured and where your destination is. So you need to understand the opportunities that lies in the different locations across the world to understand how you then position your application towards them. So when I was leaving Nigeria, it was on the note of being recommended by my lecturer then at FUTA, who saw me coming back for my master's program at FUTA, and then asked me, why don't you want to apply to schools outside Nigeria for your master's? I said, I've been applying. I actually got some opportunities, but they were not fully funded. And calculating the costs that I will still have to pay, I do not have that amount of money at that point in time. So he said, no, why don't you try South Africa? I said, yes, I've also applied to a school in South Africa. I've been put on the retention list for next year because they've already marked the number of people they can admit for that academic year. This is me trying every opportunity possible. So by the time this person was recommending me to South Africa, I was telling him that I've also made some applications already to South Africa. I'm even on the pending list in one of the institutions. Then he said, no, I have another institution, even though it's not the top at that point in time in South Africa. I have someone there who can still take you in, but you do not get to have a scholarship at this point in time. You can go in, but as time goes on, you will then have the opportunity to get yourself a scholarship opportunity. So I said, okay, I'll take it, calculated the cost, and I see it's something within what I have in my budget. And that was how I left Nigeria at that point in time. So going into the second year, when I got here, then I was able to secure a scholarship fund, which then funded my master's program to completion. Proceeding to PhD, I also got another funding, which was then able to cover for the 3 years of the PhD program. And subsequently, I've been able to get other scholarship or grants, which then gives me the leverage to say, I stand in the position where I can say categorically to everyone here today that by the end of this session, we should have a clear map of what to do, which approach to take, and how to position ourselves to secure postgraduate admission in any institution across the world, as well as scholarship opportunities. So what we need to then put at the back of our mind is, how does this scholarship landscape works? The first thing to look at is, how are scholarships today? In reality, what we have today is that scholarships are no longer just for geniuses. It's not just for people who finish with first class. Many are now based on leadership characteristics that you have as an individual. Some of them are based on your community service. Some are based on the innovation you are able to bring to the table. Some are based on your entrepreneurship characteristics. And some even just need you because you are representing a particular race, because there's a quota that they need to meet when they are awarding this scholarship opportunity. So it's we've gone past that stage or age where people say, okay, scholarships are only for the top performers. Yes, it could be top performers, but not in academics only. So your top performance in leadership roles, your top performance in community service gives you an edge also when you are applying for scholarship opportunities. So in that case, what then becomes the benchmark of you getting a scholarship is the sources you're looking out for, the sources you're looking at to get scholarship opportunities. Most of the time, we limit ourselves because we are only looking at the, say for instance, the Fulbright scholarship opportunity, the Commonwealth Shared or the Erasmus Mundus. But in reality, there are other sources of scholarship opportunities. There are some that are specifically from organizations like Total Energies, MasterCard. There are some from United Nations agencies, the EU Horizon, and other private foundations. So when we take our attention away from the ones that are specifically looking for top performers in academics, we then try to see where we position ourselves. If you've been able to get something on your CV to show your leadership character, there are specific scholarship opportunities that look at that aspect of an individual to then give you a scholarship opportunity. So the modern reality is competition is very high, but opportunities are also increasing. And that is where our reality as African scholars comes in. The truth of the matter is every scholarship opportunity nowadays have the quota system, so to speak, where there has to be the global inclusion goals. There has to be a percentage of people from a particular demographic that must be included in the awardees. So sometimes they would say we have funding opportunities for 10 people. Behind the scene, you will not be informed how they are going to structure that 10 people that they will be selecting. But in reality, what we know from experience over the years now is that there has to be at least maybe 2 out of that 10 slots that are reserved specifically for people of color, if we put it in that particular tone. So in reality, that then gives you an edge that you are not disadvantaged for being an African. There is a system that has now been created to categorically bring in Africans to be able to make up the number also. So African scholars are now currently in high demand due to the internationalization and the diversity quotas that have been brought into the scholarship landscape. So understanding these dynamics gives us an edge to understand that wherever you are is not a disadvantage to you anymore. In reality, it's actually giving you an edge to say you now stand a better chance of getting scholarship opportunities in 2026 than it used to be back in 2015, back in 2010, back in 2005, 2000. So we stand at a point where we need to be strategic, position ourselves better to be able to get access to these scholarship opportunities. So moving forward, how do we then navigate the scholarship application? What do we need to do? The first thing we need to do is we need to build a strong academic and personal brand. Yes, your academic grade will set the pace for you, will open the door for you, but your personal brand goes a long way in keeping you strategically positioned for getting that particular scholarship opportunity. So the first thing we need to do is make sure you have good academic grades. If you are not getting good academic grades, it's not a problem. As much as you are trying your best, then look at the other side also. Build a very good personal brand. And what do I mean by building a personal brand? Use LinkedIn as your public CV. Share your research interests, your volunteer activities, your leadership roles, your achievements as an individual within the space you find yourself. Yes, you've been voted for as the NAQSS PRO in your institution as an example, you have activities that are attached to that particular role. Make sure you deliver diligently and document the activities you've been involved with in that particular role, because that's also something you can leverage on when you're applying for scholarships. Number two, use technology to your advantage. Just as Dr. Tosin Akinmoladun mentioned earlier, we have diverse Gen AI tools out there now that even the recruiters use to screen your applications, your CVs. So use them also to your own advantage for drafting your personal statements, refining your research proposals, preparing for the interviews. You can even do mock interviews with your ChatGPT on your phone. So you just need to tell it to set a scenario for an interview for this type of position, for this type of scholarship opportunity in this field. And then it gives you sample questions and also gives you sample ways that you can respond to those questions based on your own qualification, based on what you have on your CV. So we've gotten to an age where technology is an advantage and it's also a disadvantage. So if you are not taking it up, if you're not making use of it, it becomes a disadvantage to you, because that's mostly what would be used to screen out the applications that are being put forward there. So take note and make use of all these technologies that are available onto us these days. Then the number three aspect is start developing a research identity early. I'll tell you something about myself. When I was in the final year at FUTA then, NIQS came up with this Recon conference program, so to speak, and they introduced the idea of having the students competition in that particular conference, which was being hosted at FUTA at that point in time. So we were told at school that we should apply or show our interest in participating in that competition. Sincerely, I saw that notification and I did not take it serious initially until it was approaching the submission deadline. Then I think I came across another notification reminding us about that open request. And then I said, okay, maybe I should take this up and put something together. And from that point onward, I was able to position myself. I came out as the first position in that particular competition. And then that gave me an insight into the fact that I can actually be good in doing research. From then onward, even while I was doing my NYSC, and I saw that the NIQS Biennial Conference was coming up in Abuja, I decided I'm going to have a publication to present at that particular conference. So from there onward, I started doing research gradually, and that gave me more confidence to say, I can do this thing. So as young as you are in your undergraduate days currently, there is a need for you to start looking at how to develop a research identity for yourself. In this case, it does not necessarily have to be because of a competition. You can actually look at an area that interests you and start writing about it. It could just be for blogs. You can create a, I think it's, there's this open blog online that you can actually set up for yourself. Start pushing things out there. If you're not even going to set up a blog, on your Facebook page, on your Instagram page, on your Twitter page or X page, as they call it now, start pushing information that creates an identity for you. On your LinkedIn page, you can create posts about a particular area that interests you. Let people know you for something, because that becomes a platform that people go back to check what is this person talking about, what's the stuff this person is made of, and that then gives you an edge when it's time to apply for that scholarship opportunity. Then you can even sit down to say you're proposing solution to current global problems that are aligned with the 17 SDGs that we have out there. So categorically, you pick maybe 2 or 3 of those SDGs and you start writing about them. You create an awareness for yourself in that particular area. I have this colleague now. He used to be my junior then back at FUTA, but we're in the industry together now, so I call him a colleague. He started out preaching the idea of BIM while he was still at FUTA, and he created a niche for himself on that particular aspect. How do we digitalize quantity surveying practice? He became a voice in that area, and today he's doing very, very well for himself out there in the UK. So it's not too late or it's not too early to start putting your voice out there. Let people know you for something specifically in your field, which then becomes your voice, your identity when it comes to the time to apply for the scholarship opportunity. Then the fourth point we're going to look at is the strategic networking. You need to connect yourself. Make sure you intentionally create that network where you can have professors, previous scholarship recipients on your friends list, be it on LinkedIn, on X, on Facebook, whatsoever social media platform you are very, very familiar with. Strategically position yourself such that you have these people on your list so that they continue to see what you're putting out there. The professors as an example here in this case, because those are the ones that call the shots about their scholarship opportunities. They are the ones who have a fund and they decide who they want to fund with this particular money. So when you have about 20 of those different professors on your profile, you've been pushing a particular identity out there that they see from time to time. They might not even like your post, but somewhere, somehow in their subconscious, they keep seeing your post pop up on their timeline from time to time. It's easier for them when you apply for a scholarship opportunity that they are involved with to remember, oh, I've seen this name before. This person used to post on LinkedIn. Okay, let me go back and check that page. This looks like a name I'm familiar with. Then for the previous scholarship recipients, you get to learn from them how they were able to navigate the scholarship landscape, the scholarship domain, the opportunities that came their way. And it also serves as a motivation for you as an individual that if these people are able to get themselves to acquire this scholarship opportunity, then I also stand a chance. I just need to follow in their footsteps, look at what they were able to do right, and then start positioning yourself in that particular trade also. So when you're building that strategic network, make sure, for instance, we have all these LinkedIn webinars, virtual open days, Twitter or X spaces where they discuss about scholarship opportunities. Involve yourself in things like that. Send concise email, professional code emails to people around you, professors just trying to create an awareness about yourself, who you are, what you do, your research interest, and your interest in their supervision for your own maybe master's program or PhD program. Gradually, you create an awareness and you build a network that can then help you to secure that scholarship opportunity. So how do we navigate this now in 6 steps? The first thing to do is self-assessment. What are your strengths? Are you very good in the academic area? Very good. Then you know you need to create an awareness about your academic achievements. Are you good in leadership space? Then create an awareness in that leadership space. Let people know you for something specifically. Are you good with entrepreneurship, or is it with research, article writing, blog posts? Make sure you create an awareness in that particular area of strength, because that's what people must know you for. So then also what continent aligns with your interest, strategically slot it into whatever you're putting out there. So if you're good at writing about the problems around the world, try to create an interest in that particular country you're looking forward to getting the scholarship opportunity from, so that it creates a subconscious awareness in the mind of the people who will check your profile later on to see that you actually have some information about this environment you're applying to get a scholarship from. So then the second step is search and shortlist. Use your filtering tools on university websites. Use Gen AIs to generate scholarship lists based on your own profile. Something that aligns with what you're doing in your field that will then give you a better chance, because in reality, yes, there are diverse scholarship opportunities out there, but you will not qualify for all of them. That's the truth about it. So some are specifically for some fields, and that's what you need to start looking out for. The ones that are specifically about the field you are interested in, because you can then tailor whatever you're putting out there to fit into that narrative. Then the third thing is you need to start your document preparation. Write one master CV, something very, very unique that covers everything about you. That's why I call it the master CV. But then when you see different applications, you then customize it to align with that particular application. Just as Dr. Tosin had mentioned earlier, your CV should be something that people see and they want to know more about you. So that CV should not be one size fits all. You must be ready to customize it per each application opportunity. That is your own effort in positioning yourself to getting that opportunity. So compile your certificates, your transcripts, your passport. So some people, you want to apply for scholarship opportunities internationally, and currently you don't have what we call the international passport. Other countries call it passport generally, but in Nigeria we call it international passport. That is one of the requirements of getting a scholarship opportunity out there. They want to see your identity from a particular country. So there has to be that passport in place. For instance, when I finished my undergraduate at FUTA, the process is you need to wait until the graduation day before you can get your certificate. I had started applying to schools immediately after we finished our exams and the results were out. I already know my grade. So what I did was to go to the exams and records unit of FUTA, request for my transcript, then request for notification of results, showing to anybody that I have completed this program. This is the grade I'm graduating with, but my certificate will not be available until we have done the convocation ceremony. So at least anybody who sees that knows that I've completed my undergraduate degree and I've started applying with that. Actually, that is what I used for the schools that I've gotten some opportunities with at that point in time before going for NYSC. Because my intention was, I do not want to even go for NYSC. I wanted to start my master's program just immediately after the 5 years at FUTA then. So you need to be strategic. You need to make sure you position yourself by getting your hands on the necessary documents that will put you in a better position when you are applying for those scholarship opportunities. If you are not able to get your certificate yet, a notification of results will do. They recognize it because you have a transcript that speaks to what that notification of results is saying. The transcript shows your grades already and people can evaluate you based on that. Then the next step is drafting a compelling essay. That's your statement of purpose or research proposal, depending on what that particular scholarship opportunity is requesting for. In this particular essay, make sure you answer these 3 questions. Why you? That is why you qualify for that particular scholarship opportunity. Why should you be considered for that scholarship opportunity? Then the second thing is, why this course? Why are you choosing this particular course? What's creating your interest in that particular course? what exactly do you want to contribute to that field that you are applying to? And lastly, why that particular country as well as the university? Because most people are not able to categorically speak to these 3 points. Their personal statements or statement of purpose are usually rejected. So your essay must be able to clearly provide answers to these 3 questions, because those are the bedrock on which your personal statement or your statement of purpose will be evaluated on. Then the 5th step is make sure you secure strong referees. Get referees that are in your field, people who are knowledgeable about what you are doing. If you're in biochemistry, make sure you have 3 professionals that are standing in as your referee in that field of biochemistry. You being in quantity surveying, applying to scholarship opportunities in quantity surveying should have 3 referees minimum who are in quantity surveying field, because that shows that your referees are able to judge you based on the field you are. Yes, it's good to have your pastor as your referee to show that, yes, you are a very good church goer, or your imam to show that you are very fervent in mosque. But for scholarship opportunities, try as much as possible to have people in your field specifically, and then provide them with bullet points to write a compelling reference for you. Some referees, like I do, I would rather say you draft the referee letter, the reference letter yourself, then send it to me. Let me evaluate what you think I know about you. Then I can refine on my own to then put it in a letterhead for you. So sometimes you need to also do something like that for anybody that will be your referee. Try to itemize areas, aspects that speaks to that application you're doing that you believe they should be able to vouch for you for. Because if they're just going to put a generic reference letter for you, it might not speak to what those scholarship opportunities are looking for, and then you get screened out because of that. So it is very, very important, as much as you can, provide them with bullet points of what they need to write about in the reference letter, or you draft the reference letter and share it with them. Let them revise and refine as they wish. But at least they already get a picture of what you intend to present to the people you're applying to, and that makes it easier for you. Then the last but not the least steps is take demo or demo interview sessions so that you know you are fully prepared. Most scholarship opportunities will require you to go into an interview session with the team in charge of the scholarship, just for them to have a better understanding of where you're coming from, who you are, and how knowledgeable are you about this particular field you're applying into. So it is best that you also prepare yourself ahead for those sessions. Don't wait until when you are invited to the interview session before you start panicking and asking people around which questions would they ask me. Start preparing the moment you're submitting the application. At the point where you click the submit button online, you go back to the drawing board and start drafting out possible questions. Start preparing yourself for interview sessions to give you better preparation ahead of the interview itself when it comes up at the end of the day. Better preparation for the outcome gives you an edge rather than just leaving everything to chance, and one afternoon they sent you an email that you have been successful in the stage 1, you are now moving to stage 2 and the interview is tomorrow. Make yourself available. Then you are lost, you don't even know what to do and how to prepare within that short period of time. So it's always good to prepare ahead, get yourself in a good frame of mind ahead of the interview session. So next thing is what you need on your profile. There are different categories which I'll try to itemize here so that we are able to see what is required for each of those points that you will see in the application process. The first thing is the academic record. Usually for scholarships, they want minimum of 2-1 for your previous degree that you're coming from. So, but that's not the usual minimum that they require. Some scholarship will still give someone with a 2-2, depending on how you are able to motivate on other aspects of your life beyond the academic record. So that's why I said here that if you are not strong academically, build your profile through publications, professional certifications, industry work experience, or even volunteering. Sometimes you do not get the opportunity to work yet because, say for instance, you're still a final year student, you just finished your NYSC and you're applying for this opportunity. So you may not necessarily have the industry experience yet, but you can actually volunteer while you're doing your NYSC service. Yes, you've been posted to a school to teach, but you can see a construction site close by to you. You can volunteer to work with them for free, just for you to be able to have something on your CV to show as your experience in that field. Because those are the things that then shows your readiness for that scholarship opportunity beyond what you have in your certificates, either it's a first class, a 2-1 or 2-2, whatever the case may be. Then the second point is looking at the statement of purpose. In your statement of purpose, as I've mentioned earlier, you must be able to state your clear goals and impact vision. What are the goals you're set to achieve by embarking on this scholarship opportunity? And what would be the impact of this scholarship on your own vision for yourself and also for the people who are giving you this scholarship opportunity? What will be your impact on their program altogether? This is where your Gen AI is coming. Also, you can use it to help structure, but make sure you personalize with your story and context. That's one of the mistakes most people make. They just put in on these Gen AIs to generate the statement of purpose, which is not so personalized to their own experience. The Gen AI will just give you something generic. It's now your responsibility to hone that narrative, make it yours, and let it speak to who you are yourself. Then also this research proposal, this must align with global problems. You cannot apply to a scholarship from EU as an example, and you're talking about a problem that is only local to Lagos State, Nigeria, which is not applicable globally. Yes, you want to solve a problem, but if the problem is not something global, you stand a lower chance of getting funded for that particular program. So it is very, very good to structure your research proposal to speak to global problems such that your impact can go beyond your local environment to something global when you are done with that particular research program or your MSc program. So how do you do that? You use Scopus Trends or all these Gen AIs also to brainstorm what are the different issues, what are the different problems facing this particular aspect of quantity surveying as an example, or this aspect of the built environment globally, that you can then strategically position yourself to be in that area. Then also leadership and community service, as I've mentioned, there's a need for you to have active involvement. Look at organizations that you can fit yourself into, even if it's just to volunteer. That goes a long way for people considering you for a scholarship opportunity. And lastly, proof of global readiness. Sometimes your scholarship opportunities will require you to have these internationally recognized exams just to show that you have knowledge of your English language, or they call it quantitative aptitude also, some of this. So you need to prepare yourself depending on the country you intend to apply to. You need to understand what is obtainable within that country and be able to obtain those global recognized examinations. Get good grades that then gives you an edge. So sometimes even if you are coming with a 2-2, but if you have prepared very well for any of these exams to have very good grades, it gives you an edge over someone who has a first class in their academic record, but they have not done well in these globally recognized examinations. So moving on to applying to universities. Now, I've summarized this also into 5 steps. The first one is understanding the admission pathway. Some institutions need you to apply to the university first, get your admission before you then apply for the scholarship opportunity. Other universities want you to apply for the scholarship, and by getting the scholarship, you automatically get admission to that institution as well. So you need to understand how it works for individual application. Always read instructions carefully so that you know what you need to do. Some would apply for the scholarship and assume that the scholarship comes with the admission. By the time the outcome of the scholarship comes out, showing that you've been selected, then the school portal for application for admission has closed. So you need to understand the dynamics of how these applications work. Is the scholarship coming with the admission, or you need to apply to them separately so that you know how to position yourself better? Then the second step is choosing the right university and program. Some people chase countries and then they fail because you are trying to get yourself into a particular country. You are not looking at the program they offer in that country. For instance, you being a quantity surveyor, if you're going to US to study at postgraduate level and you're looking for quantity surveying in US, you will struggle to see opportunities because they don't call it quantity surveying in the US. So you need to understand the country you are applying to first to know how you then structure your program. So don't just apply randomly without alignment. Make sure you understand what the program is about, the supervisor, what are they specifically looking into, what's their area of interest, what's their expertise, what's the university's strength, and also what's the employability outcome of people that have graduated from that particular institution, from that particular country. All of those things should inform where you are applying to. Then remember, your documents must be prepared accordingly. I mentioned this earlier: your transcripts, your degree certificates, CV, statement of purpose, your research proposal, references, English proficiency, depending on the country you're applying into. All of these documents, or some of them, will be applicable, and you must make sure you get them ready. Then the fourth step is apply through portals. Some institutions will require you to apply on their own specific portal, while some have a centralized platform in some countries where you need to apply to the central system, and they then allocate you to the different universities that are applicable to your field. So you need to understand and know what is obtainable for that particular country or area you're applying to. And lastly, after submission, what's next? You need to start tracking your application. Make sure you check your emails from time to time. Most people miss responses from scholarship opportunities because they don't check their emails on time. By the time they check their email after 2 weeks, the deadline they were given in that particular email has passed. And because it's elapsed already, they cannot come back to you. They have thousands of people that have applied already also. So, and please, when you have applied to one scholarship opportunity or to one university for admission, don't just relax on that. Continue to apply to others, because you cannot just rely on one single application and assume that you are going to stand a good chance of getting it. So I would say securing admission is not just about meeting the requirements. It's about presenting a clear, a confident, and a compelling story of where you are going and why that university should invest in you. If that is missing, then you may not be considered for the admission purpose. Lastly, as we end this particular session, as I always say, scholarships are not awarded to those who merely wish for them. It's only for those who are visible, intentional, and strategic. So please build your LinkedIn scholarship profile. Let people know what you can be identified with from your profile. So choose a particular research area that people can easily relate with also. Don't choose something so bogus that it becomes difficult for people to understand easily. Then for any area you're going to be working with, have something on the side, which I call a one-page purpose statement that shows why you're doing this thing, what is in it for you, what is in it for the university or the country where you're going into, and also join scholarship WhatsApp or Telegram groups, because those are where you get to know what is happening recently. And lastly, subscribe to updates and alerts. As I always say to my mentees, the best time to start is today, because the reality with scholarship is it's not about luck. It's about being strategic. It's about being visible and also bringing value to the table. If they cannot see value in you, there would be no need to give you that scholarship opportunity. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would say you have what it takes to become a scholar. Just go out there and position yourself. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you very much, sir. Oh my goodness. I don't know who is ready to chat by now. Thank you so much, sir. We're so grateful for that insightful session. Please, as your questions are coming in, kindly just note them down in the chat box. Kindly note them down in the chat box. Thank you very much, sir. One major thing that stood out for me was the fact that an African does not disconnect you from getting scholarship opportunities, right? You shouldn't discourage you. The world has evolved and is making space for other race also in different countries. Thank you very much, sir, for that insightful section. Please ensure that you drop your questions in the chat box. And I also like us to note that you cannot get the slides unless you register. You cannot get recordings unless you register. So kindly register for the event so that we can reach you via mail and send you the materials. So thank you very much. So I'll be calling on our next comrade to read the citation of our next speaker. Okay, I see some people are asking questions. If somebody is asking for the registration link to be sent on the call. Okay, definitely we'll do that. So we're calling on Comrade Mohammed, who happens to be our PRO2, to come and read the citation of our next speaker. Thank you very much. Can I have the floor?
Thank you so much, man. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. You can go on.
Thank you. Good evening, distinguished speakers. Good evening, my fellow comrades, and good evening, my fellow students. I am Muhammad Nasir Garba, a 500 level quantity surveying student from the Federal University of Birnin Kebbi State. And I am the current Public Relations Officer of the National Association of Quantity Surveying Students National. Sorry, Public Relations Officer 2 of the National Association of Quantity Surveying Students at national level. I'll be reading the citation of the third speaker, which is Speaker Q.S. Duncan Mfonobong. Sorry if I did not get your name right. Mr. Mfonobong Duncan is a construction professional and quantity surveyor with over a decade of experience spanning consulting, contracting, and academia. He currently serves as a construction estimator and project coordinator at Descan Construction Limited in Canada, where he contributes to cost management, project planning, and successful delivery of construction projects. Prior to relocating to Canada, Mr. Duncan built extensive professional experience in Nigeria's construction and higher education sectors, including serving as senior quantity surveyor at Akwa Ibom State University and earlier as a quantity surveyor with Niger Part Structures Limited. This role strengthens his expertise in cost management, contract administration, and project delivery across diverse construction environments. Mr. Duncan is actively involved in advancing the quantity surveying profession through volunteer leadership and professional services. He currently serves as a Young Quantity Surveyors Committee member with the Canadian Institute of Quantity Surveyors, CIQS, and previously served as South-South Regional Coordinator of the Young Quantity Surveyors Forum of the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors. He is a professional quantity surveyor, PQS, with the Canadian Institute of Quantity Surveyors, CIQS, as well as a member of the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors, NIQS. Mr. Duncan holds a bachelor's degree in quantity surveying from the University of Uyo and a postgraduate certificate from Canada College, Canada. With over 14 years of experience in the construction industry, he remains committed to advancing the practice of quantity surveying and empowering the next generation of built environment professionals. Please allow me to welcome Mr. Duncan to the floor. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for having me. And I just want to say this is a good platform for everybody that is here, for all students, for all young and aspiring quantity surveyors. And this is a starting point. And at some point, I wish that we had these things, this kind of event and webinars when we were still trying to get there. It would have helped a lot. But I'm sure that as many that will want to take advantage of this platform, you're going to learn a lot, and your careers, your quantity surveying careers will have you to thank, will be thankful to you. And before I continue, there's one thing I want to say. I want to say that Dr. Oluwale Tosin, Dr. Poluwa, and myself, we are a testimony of the fact that dreams do come true. So for many of you that have several dreams, I want you to keep going at it, keep pursuing it, don't stop. Keep dreaming, keep making strategic plans, and then don't stop. Okay, so I'll be talking about, sorry, I'm trying to put my screen up here. Can we see my screen?
Yes, sir, we can see your screen, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to be talking about professional certifications today, navigating the NIQS certification and affiliations with international bodies such as CIQS, RICS, and FIG, a host of them out there. So the first question that we want to ask ourselves, why does certification even matter? Why do we even bother? And I know especially for some young quantity surveyors who might have difficulty in having their first job as quantity surveyors, who are still hustling and trying to make it, that question is valid. It is very valid. Or someone who's just starting the profession and is trying to make ends meet, that question is very valid. But here's the other thing. Getting certification gives you professional credibility. It helps your career to advance. It gives you lifelong learnings, CPD, by CPD, continuous professional development. It also gives you global mobility. It gives you regulatory alignment, and it gives the client, whoever you're working for or whoever you're hoping to work for, the confidence that you can deliver the job. So the first one we want to look at is our local home certification, which is the NIQS membership. First of all, we know we can see this on the NIQS website. Student member. What are the eligibility? You must be enrolled in a QS program, and you must have an SSC with at least 5 credits. How much does this cost? 3,000 to pick up a form, right? The second tier of membership is probationer. You must be studying for a BSc in quantity surveying, BTech, or HND in quantity surveying. Sorry, you must have finished studying for you have a BSc, BTech, HND in quantity surveying. You must be performing QS role under a supervisor of a registered QS. And the form, you can pick up the form with 10,000 Naira. Technician members, those are BSc and HND from allied professions such as building, such as civil engineering, and the other the courses in the built environment. You must be performing QS role under the supervision of a registered QS, and the cost is same 10,000. So the main OGA is the corporate member. You must pass TPC, diaries and logbook, and PCI. You must have 60 CPD and all the criteria above. The form is 25,000 Naira. So what is TPC? You might have seen. TPC is test of professional competence. That's the exams you have to pass before you qualify as to be inducted as a member NIQS. PCI, professional competence interview. That's you must go through an interview before you get inducted as a member. CPD, continuous professional development. In the last row of my table up there, you see that you must have CPD, 60 CPD before you qualify to be inducted. So CPD means continuous professional development. That means seminars, webinars that is conducted by NIQS and other allied professionals. Okay. So what advantage do you stand to get by getting an NIQS certification? So in my opinion, NIQS certification is a home platform with global relevance. Your NIQS identity gives you local professional grounding. Oh, sorry. Someone is saying the slides are not moving. Sorry, are you guys seeing my slides? Is it moving accordingly?
Yes, we are seeing it, but it's not moving accordingly, actually, sir.
Oh, sorry, give me a minute. Let me see how to fix that. Okay. Is it moving now? It's not.
Yes, sir, we can see your slides and
Yes, we can see it now and it's moving.
It's moving now. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So sorry for that. Is probably okay. So NIQS certification, the home platform that gives you global relevance. Your NIQS identity gives you a local professional grounding. International affiliation, increased visibility, comparability, and mobility. They connect you to global standards professional communities and recognition ecosystems. The NIQS currently has reciprocity agreement with CIQS, AIQS, ECQ, and QGBC. Unfortunately, the NIQS doesn't have any reciprocity agreement with the RICS right now, but they have it with CIQS, AIQS, which is the CIQS is the Canadian Institute of Quantity Surveyors, AIQS, Australian Institute of Quantity Surveyors, ECG, Engineering Consultants Group, and QGBC, Qatar Green Building Council. So we're moving to the next professional affiliation, which is the CIQS. To achieve the professional membership levels, PQS and CIQS, you have to go through a test of professional experience of the institute organized by the CIQS. But there is a waiver, there is an advantage that NIQS members have, which is what I enjoyed as a person, because I came into Canada in 2023 and I had one goal, and that goal was to get my PQS membership. And the same month that I came into Canada, the next month I started my my membership journey. Okay, I think this slide has bear with me. Someone just said the slide is not moving again. I'm just gonna
It's
sorry.
actually moving, so I can see it move, sir.
Really?
Yes, I can see it
Okay.
move. You just clicked on another slide.
Okay. Are you guys feel good now? Is it still
Yes, sir.
moving? Okay. I don't know what
Yes.
that is, but whatever that is just
It's
let me
okay
know
now.
whenever
It's okay now.
whenever
It
it's
has
not
moved to
moving.
the next
Okay.
one. It's okay now.
Okay. Just let me know, alert me whenever it's not moving. I don't know what happened. It's like my village people followed me. Okay. So see your MNIQS gives you an advantage. It makes you skip 2 stages, which is the part A and part B of the CIQS. That means you're not going to take exams. You're not going to go through the logbook again. You're just going to go from that into an ethics exams. And from an ethics exams, you go for the interview. In a couple of months, I started my CIQS journey in May 2023, and by December 2023, I think November or December 2023, I already had my PQS certification. So that is what affiliating with NIQS does for you, and not just NIQS, any professional body that oversees your profession in wherever you are, in Nigeria, South Africa, wherever you might be. So benefits of CIQS affiliation for Nigerian professionals: international recognition. So as an MNIQS, I got international recognition by CIQS, which is an international body. So enhanced profile. My profile is now enhanced. My profile is now enhanced, and I can, because already, and most of the time we have our CIQS event, we have numbers of Nigerians coming in. Really, Nigerians are the biggest contingent to every CIQS event, apart from CIQS members. So that gives you an enhanced profile. You get to meet people, you get to talk to people, you get to talk with directors of big companies, big QS firms, right? So knowledge exchange. We have a QS Juliet here, who is a YQS, who is in charge of international affairs of the YQS. She's hosted a couple of webinars alongside CIQS, YQS, and NIQS, YQS. So that also helps in knowledge exchange. What do you know that we can learn from each other? So networking. So we're here because we're networking, and then you can network with other people around the globe, right? So the affiliation between the NIQS and CQS gives you that networking ability. Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors. RICS is a globally recognized UK-based leading professional body working in the public interest to advance knowledge, uphold standards, and inspire current and future professionals. RICS sets qualifications and independently regulate chartered professionals and firms, building trust and confidence with clients and consumers. So we're still talking about confidence with clients and consumers. And like I said earlier, that we are not affiliated. NIQS is not affiliated with RICS, but it still gives you that advantage, because as it stands right now, I have my CIQS. I can easily get to my RICS with my CIQS, although initially my NIQS couldn't give me that exemption, but my CIQS, which I got through my NIQS membership, will now give me advantage to get RICS membership easily than it would have been if I had not had my NIQS. So what are the academic requirements? RICS membership pathway. You must have a degree from an RICS accredited university, program in quantity surveying, and structured training. Depending on your experience, depending on your program, depending on your experience, that will determine what kind of APC pathway you go into RICS membership. There are different pathways. They are different, and RICS is not just for quantity surveyors. They are for estate valuers, estate surveyors. They are for architects. They are for I think about four or five professionals in the built industry. So depending on your pathway, depending if you're practicing as a QS or you have a QS degree, that determines what pathway you go. There are various pathways to that. And all of this you can do by just going on their website. You do not need to be in the UK to have your RICS. You do not necessarily need to be in Canada to have your CIQS. You can simply go to their website and register as a member. They gave you your logins, and then if you're a student, you can register in each of these bodies. You can register as the student members. As much as you can register as a student member of NIQS, you can do same for CIQS, you can do same for RICS. I was a student member of RICS when I was still studying, and you know, and I know some of you are already student members of RICS, so you don't need to be geographically available in these locations to have this membership. That is what the internet does for every one of us. So FIG, Global Federation Voice and Visibility. FIG is an international federation of surveyors. It describes itself as the premier global organization representing surveyors worldwide and as a UN recognized NGO. So you don't necessarily get a member title when you belong to FIG, as FIG is like a Champions League for all the surveying organizations around the world, right? For football lovers. So CIQS, CIQS, RICS, NIQS are all organizations under the FIG. And as members of these organizations, you automatically are a member of FIG, and you can qualify for, I think there was a time where I qualified for one of their conferences. We did an application, and I got a sponsorship for one of their conferences, and I know a lot of other young QAs at the time were applying too. So you can register with these people, follow their programs, get informed, and be sure that you get update with whatever events is going on, and then you can be a part of those events. Okay, so what are the common challenges? This is where it's very important, because I as a person also went through this. I'm not sure whether local or international certification should come first. That's a question. That's your worry. I would say start with your local professional. Treat international affiliation as a strategic next layer. Yes, it's good to have all the international certifications, but it is best to start with your local organization, such as the NIQS, because like that's the platform, right? Okay. Is it still, are you guys still following, or the slide stop moving?
We're still following, sir.
Okay. So the process feels long and technical. Yes, it is. It is long. It is a process. It is long. But I would say start every day, one step at a time. Build experience intentionally. Do not allow money to be the goal. Yes, money is good. Money is very good. And as young quantity surveyors, aspiring quantity surveyors, money is very good. At least we spend money going to school, right? So we should reap the fruit of it. But build your experience, follow the experience. What experience gives you? Because like the other speaker, the previous speaker was saying, it says start early, right? Because build a profile for yourself, build a brand for yourself. So the experience, depending on which area, which niche you want to carve for yourself, you have to follow those experiences that will lead you to those niche you're trying to carve for go into, right? So build experience intentionally. If you have a place that you know the experience will help you in your future, please go there. Fees, CPD, and time commitment feel heavy. Yes, it does. That is why you take everything one step at a time. So track your CPD and project exposure early. Start now. Like this webinar, I'm sure is free. So this is your CPD. This will form part of your CPD, assuming you're ready to start your NIQS journey. So don't stop here. Keep doing. Watch out for local events that you don't have to pay transport. You don't have to go on a flight. You don't have to take a bus to. Something around your locality. You build that experience. You build that network. You grow your CPD hours, and that is going to help you bit by bit to get to where you're going to. And I also want to talk about getting your jobs. Sometimes getting an employer, getting a job that the employer is ready to support your professional journey can help you much more than you think. Like that's what I was saying, build your experience. It also matters who your employer is, what he's able to do for you. Like there are employers that are ready to say, oh, I'll sponsor all your professional event. I'll sponsor it. It pays, that value alone is worth more than whatever salary the employer wants to pay you, because that way you're already taking care of your CPD aspect, your professional growth, without having to take money off your pocket. So that is what you watch out for when you're looking for your first job, when you're looking to change your job and stuff like that. Those are the things you probably have to put in the negotiation table when you're negotiating for your job. I need mentoring and practical guidance. Seek mentors. Like from this group, you find 2 or 3 people that your goals align with theirs. So from then, follow them on social media. LinkedIn is a very, very, very good platform. LinkedIn is very, very good platform. There are a lot of things that LinkedIn will help you do that even physical meetings won't. So there are people you get connected to that you wouldn't see. Take for instance, someone in Lagos, someone in Abuja, and you're somewhere in or you're right. So you wouldn't meet that person except for platforms like LinkedIn and except for platforms like this. So seek mentorship, who have completed the path and who share your same vision, and make sure you follow them and follow their pathway. So beyond certification, what does an aspiring quantity surveyor need? For me, I think beyond certification, you need to build global transferable skills. Yes, certification is good. Yes, you have to have those licenses, those certifications, but be intentional about building global and transferable skills. Professional certification should be your starting point, not your final destination. RICS should be all. This is where I'm going to in my career journey. And as a strategy, I want to get RICS. This is where I'm going to in my professional journey. As a strategy, I want to get NIQS. And that way, I can get to my journey very easily. So it should be your starting point, not your final destination. While membership in respectable bodies like NIQS, RICS, or CIQS add credibility, the modern construction industry demands more than titles. Yes, nobody wants to go and teach an NIQS how to lay corner, how to do mean get, right? Nobody wants to do that. So to back your certification up, you have to acquire these skills. You have to learn skills that will help you secure your position. If you get, your certification gets you into the door, you must have the skills to keep you in the building. Be globally recognized. Standard method of measurement, contract forms like FIDIC, CCDC. Go through. You don't have to understand them. Just have an idea of what this means, what different contract forms are, what different standard method of measurement are used around the world for risk professionals, for CIQS professionals, right? You don't have to understand everything bit by bit, but you do need to have an idea what they do, what they mean, and what kind of contracts they apply to. Be technologically relevant. BEAM, digital estimating tools, data analysis, AI prompting, scheduling software. Be an enthusiast of technology. I've always said that the thing that guarantees a young professional a seat at the table is having the technological advantage. Take, for instance, someone who has been, for instance, our senior colleagues, they've been in the profession for so long and they know it at their fingertips. What are you going to do what new thing can you do to get their attention? Technology, AI. Like, for instance, the company I'm working for right now, there is an AI tool that we use. A client wants to see different finishing on the house. We just plug it into the AI tools and it gives us rendering. We don't need my construction company doesn't have an architect, just AI running things. We do both design and build project. So these are the things. BEAM, building information modeling, it's very important. It's the way the construction industry is going. Digital estimating tools like Bluebeam, it's very expensive. Even Excel, start with Excel. Excel is most affordable, right? Start with Excel and align yourself with people who will help you to learn these softwares, right? I think when I was in Nigeria, one of my young people brought me what is it called, Plan Swift, and I told him, what is this? I'm okay with my Excel, I don't want to use Plan Swift. But he just said, okay, let me install it for you. I'm like, okay. 2 days later, I started using Plan Swift, and I was like, I'm not really liking it. But Plan Swift is one of the tools that helped me to be functional with my job in Canada when I moved, because that Plan Swift idea is what made me start understanding Bluebeam without even using Bluebeam. And my employer was using Bluebeam, and I've never used Bluebeam before, but I had to quickly adapt to it because I had an experience using Plan Swift. Scheduling software, Microsoft project, find a way just on your own, install it and just practicalize it. These are the things that employers out there are looking for. These are skills that not many professionals have, and that will give you an added advantage, right? So technology is the way to go. So who is the global quantity surveyor, in my opinion? Professional certification, practical experience, global transferable skills. I think my admonition to you and everyone that is listening in, don't just aim to be certified, aim to be competent anywhere in the world. Competency is the most transferable skills. Certification is good, but top it up with competency. I think that is brings our webinar to an end. Thank you very much for listening in.
Very much, sir. Thank you very, very much, sir. Thank you, sir, for that explanation. Thank you. Wow, that was really, really enriching. I believe we enjoyed that session. Thank you very much, sir. We're so glad to have you. So right before we dive into the question and answer section, we have QS Akintola on the call, right? She's the Woman in Academics Coordinator for Ogun State. And she would just like to share one or two things with us. As you know, one of the things that we gained, right, is getting positioned for international opportunities for international universities. And she happens to be the coordinator for Women in Academics. And she would like to speak to us. Yes, QS Akintola, you can unmute your mic and speak, my dear. Oh.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm always happy to be part of seminars organized by NIQS because I always say during our own time, there was nothing like this. We didn't have this privilege, and as much as possible, anytime I see the post on Damilola's page, I always ask her to send to me so that I can forward to my students. And unfortunately, probably maybe 2 or 3 of them are here, but the number here, I'm not satisfied with it. But anyway, we'll still continue to do our bit. I want to appreciate the speakers, particularly QS Akinredewo, because we met when we were doing, I was doing MRC, that was 2018. That's mandatory refresher course in readiness to take TPC. But he couldn't even finish with us before he traveled out. I celebrate God on your behalf. And while going through your CV, I was like, this is intimidating. No? It's a challenge to meet that to do better. And that will make me to start like this, especially for the females on the call. Please, talking from my own experience, I want to encourage you. This is the time you have. I hope I'm audible. While you are a student, before you get married, is actually the time you have. I'm still saying that if I'd had the opportunity or if I'd had this much information with me, probably I would have gone further than this. But I want to still bless God for where I am. I know I am not behind, though I am not there yet. I already completed my what is it called? My master's before pursuing professional qualification. That's NIQS and NIQS. And after that, I went for my PhD. But QS Akinredewo did his master's and even finished his PhD. And I was still on my PhD. Even while I was doing the program, we used to communicate 1 or 2 times when I need him to help me with some papers. What am I saying in essence is that as females, we are not disadvantaged to say, but it depends on how you take it and how you handle it. But I want to tell you, I want to encourage you that this is the time you have. I'm telling you, it is easy and it is not easy. I'm not trying to scare you, but I'm just trying to make you double up. I'm trying to make you prepare ahead, with all this information. Don't just come here and waste time listening. Try to do all that you have been taught. Try to put your CVs in place. Try to put yourself out there on relevant social medias, not just dancing on TikTok, showing your beauty, showing your new clothes, and showing your belly button, or let me say your stomach, because that's what is rampant these days. So please put yourself out there. I'm particular about females. I'm sorry, the males, but I believe you males, you have all the time in the world. While I was doing my PhD, we have different categories of us. We have male and female. I'm married. We have another male, female that is married, but of much older than me. At least she has kids that are already taking care of themselves. And we also have a female that is also not yet married. Why am I bringing all these data to you? Because at different levels, we finish at different levels, because the responsibility on us is different. I'll tell you that the male amongst us finished before every other person. Then the single lady finished before the two of us. Then I finished. Then we still have one woman, the much older. What am I telling you? We have responsibilities to face. But while you are still young, you have the time to set the pace, to set where you want to be. And again, that will also take me to when I think Akinredewo also was mentioning about that you can start now, and there is no time that is too late. In starting, like you go to HND, you did some of you will still do top up, some of you will still do BSc, you still do masters. You have projects that you do at the end of your program. What are you doing with those projects? Most of you, and that's what we are experiencing, most of you just contract it out to those people in the market section, those computer typists. You don't do quality projects, and that is why you cannot publish. God is helping me now that I think from last year, all the students under me that I'm supervising, as much as possible, we are trying to bring out papers. But then that now depends on what's the level you put in when you are doing your final year project. They ask you that, okay, they tell you that, okay, you can start writing papers, even those that I mentioned something that I'd like you to know, that it's not about those people that finish with first class or 2-1. At any level you are, and you can build up yourself based on other things. He mentioned that I was at the class. He mentioned those things that you can use to build up yourself, to add to your certificates. So I want to also comment on that project aspect. So right now, I believe most of you are students. Your project, let it be something that will be worthwhile, so that at least you encourage yourself and in collaboration with your supervisor to publish. If in a project, I want to believe you have not less than three objectives. That is 3 papers on its own. That if not more, so if you can have that as conference and as journal papers, that means you have papers already. And that is one. Then again, please, to the coordinators, the level of what you are dishing out here, I think if possible, you can maybe in your next seminar, you can seek for CPD. When the last speaker was talking about professional qualification, he mentioned continued professional development. That is CPD, that you need 60. Of course, yes. But now having CPD is very easy. You don't even have to pay for it. And with my information now as the Secretary Research and Development of Ogun State, we had the seminars for all R&D secretary with the SPDL. And the things he was telling us about CPD, how you can get CPD, these are informations we don't have before. Do you know that even your papers, your publications, conference and journal papers, they can give you CPD? You just apply, which I didn't know. Now, if I want to go for fellow, I may not even need, maybe I need 100 CPD for fellow. I may not even need to pay a dime, because by the time I put up my papers and all, I'm sure it will fetch me a good number of CPD. And now imagine Akinredewo's publication of over 500 or so. You understand? So I'm telling you now, there are free seminars the QS National is organizing. Like we did one maybe some weeks ago. I don't know, I think 8 CPD or so. I can't remember correctly now. You can, when you attend such seminars, you have CPD. And how do you get CPD? Is by attending seminars. And if any chapter is organizing seminar or the national, like the one they just did now, QS, at least there is a CPD attached to you. You have to pay like 50,000, 40,000. But these free ones here and there, start getting it, start accumulating it. So please, the coordinator should probably reach out to the SPDL for their next seminars. I think seminars like this, there should be CPD allocations. Maybe the coordinator can also reach out to me. I'll send the slide. You try to see the things that can qualify for CPD. I think this level of seminar should qualify for continued professional development. That is if you have not taken steps on that already, please, so that you can start getting CPD and gathering them. Then I also mentioned that because I'm sure it's not only students that are here. We have, because I shared this program here and there. So for those people that would like to take their professional exam this year, I believe Ogun State is having mandatory refresher course, as well as Lagos State. I don't know about other states, but I know of Ogun State and Lagos State. So we're having our MLC currently. So if you, and before you can take your professional exam, whether GDE, whether CPC, you have to pass through MLC. Even those that are taking experience routes or this other route, matured route, I think MLC is mandatory. So you can reach out to me to get registered. We are see, and we make it flexible because we are having both virtual classes and physical classes. You know, so it doesn't matter your location. So you can reach out to me to be part of that as well. And I also want to clarify that depending on where you finish from, we determine whether you are taking GD or whether you are taking CPC straight up. Then also your logbook also is a determiner, depending on the level of logbook we are, whether you are in stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, or thereabouts. I think that's what I would like to add. And again, please, the females on the group, there is a group called Women in Technical Education, Women Academics Technical Education, is for both postgraduates and students. We need to encourage ourselves. We need a lot of encouragement as females, because and it's a mentorship platform. So you need to be encouraged. You need to be told that you can do it. So that's a platform for that. So you can reach out to me to be added. I'm the coordinator for Ogun State, and we also have the WAEC General platform. So thank you for this opportunity, and God bless you all. I acknowledge all speakers again. It was a wonderful session. Though I missed the first session, I hope I'll be able to get the recordings to also play it back and see what was said, and see how I can also update my CV. Again, thank you very much. God bless you all.
Wow, thank you very much, Ma. That was liberating. Thank you very much, Ma. Wow. We really take this as a comment to see that our webinars are worthy, are CPD worthy, and we'll definitely work towards it. And also the NIQS National, this tenure, we have a lot in store for us, right? We're also working towards, for female quantity surveying students, we're working towards having a webinar tailored specifically to you. And come May, you would have the time of your life, right, in that webinar. So we are definitely working on ensuring that we equip the quantity surveying students, right? This trainer is definitely working on that. Thank you very much, Ma. And also, one of the major things that our speakers spoke about was that we should ensure that we, as much as possible, volunteer, right? It gives us leverage to be able to showcase something in our portfolio, on our CVs, and also on our social media to show that we are actively involved, right, in things going on in our industry. And the NIQSS National is giving us that platform. We have a WhatsApp group page for volunteers, and that will be posted right here on the message, in-call messages. So if you would really like to volunteer, you know, you are ready to take action based on all that has been spoken about today, would like you to join the group page, and also to follow us across all our social media platforms. I've dropped the link on the in-call messages. We have a lot in store for you. If you've noticed, we've been having back-to-back webinars every Saturday. That's because we have so much to give to the students, right, to equip them for the future. Thank you very much. And really, we've been seeing quite a number of responses. People have been really taking the time to attend these webinars. So thank you very much for everybody that has been here. And now we're going to be going directly into the next section, right? Yeah, I noticed some people were asking questions about how to get registered as RICS and as student members, I want to assure you that we are working with your presidents, the presidents in your universities, right, because it has to be done locally in your local chapters. So we're working with presidents in your universities to organize, right, that registration session, right? We'll be sending the registration form, right? So they'll be sending it across to you, and you will be filling it, and of course doing the necessary thing. And also, I would like you to know that regarding your IT placement, oh my goodness, you see that this tenor has a lot for you, right? Regarding your IT placement, the NAQSS, that is National Association of Quantity Surveying Students, and the Young QSF, right? The YQSF, Young QS Forum, we are working on it. So for people who their IT falls, right, and towards the ending of the year, next quarter, and all of that, you would definitely enjoy. You definitely enjoy this privilege. So thank you very much for cheering us up, cheering us on, and all of that. Thank you very much. And for people who are interested in, yes, the RICS student membership, I want us to know that we want you to be registered as an NIQS student member, right? One of the criteria for joining the webinar, because we are going to be hosting like a workshop that will be putting you through on how to be registered as an RICS member, how to optimize your LinkedIn profile. One of the criteria to joining this workshop is that you are in the process of your NIQS student membership, right? Or you're an NIQS member already, right? Also, I mean, we spoke about publications, really. I mean, QS Opeyemi spoke about publications. I want you to know that NAQSS Southwest currently has an essay competition. So I want you to leverage this. I want you to leverage the essay competition. The link will be sent to our different pages, the NAQSS WhatsApp group page, right? And you can leverage it, write your essays, right? Let me just give a short testimony. One of our universities in the north, two of our universities in the north, right? They organized an essay competition, and I was opportune to be part of it. Right, I was able to write 2 papers, although I didn't know that we could publish them like on national platforms like this, like FIG or NIQS conventions and the likes. I didn't know that, but as a result of those papers I wrote, I was able to gain visibility that attracted one of my he attracted somebody I eventually worked with. It was a paid job. No, we say I do volunteering. it was a paid job, right? So things like this, right? Things like this that we are giving you the opportunity to enjoy. Please leverage them. I'd like you to please leverage them. Thank you very much. So now we're going to be diving right into the question and answer section. Are we ready? If you're ready, I want you to drop the fire emoji. Fire emoji. Fire emoji. Are we ready for the question and answer section? I'm not seeing any fire emoji. Yeah, I'm seeing from Duro Jaye, from Tochuku, from Divine Melody. Right. Thank you very much. I see that we are ready for the question and answer section. So I would like you to drop your questions, right? I'd like you to drop your questions in the chat box, and I would be reading them out. Right, I'll be reading them out. So one major question that we got during the process of the webinar was that, and I would like to direct this to QS Tosin Toladun, to Dr. Tosin, and that is quantity surveying students applying for remote jobs on a platform like Fiverr and Upwork, right? If remote jobs like that are fit to go on our CVs. So that's the question, sir.
Yeah, there's nothing you do that can't go on your CV. So far, it is relevant to the role you're applying for. So far it is relevant to the role you're applying for. Nowadays, we have people who even have career break. They have career break. For example, I can decide not to do anything quantity surveying for next 1 year. I just want to, be myself. So if you have a career break, you can put in career break and exciting things that you did within those career break that is related to the role you are applying for. So you would, as a student, you've been working on Fiverr, you put it there, remote or remote volunteer or remote worker, Fiverr, and what you did. So far it is relevant to the role, it counts. It counts. So it is a very good opportunity for you to put it out there. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. So I'm still expecting more questions from us. I've not seen questions. Please, if you have sent your questions earlier, you can resend it so that I can read it out. Thank you. Okay. Is somebody raising their hands? Okay, so since there are no questions.
Understand.
Is there any question? Like, I've not seen any question. Okay. Somebody's asking for the difference between RICS, NIQS, and CIQS. Okay. Okay. QS Duncan, can you please take the question?
Okay. So RICS, Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors. It's one of the biggest globally recognized organization in the world that regulates the activities of surveyors. That's quantity surveyors, estate valuers, architects, and most professionals in the built industry. And they are based in the UK. But their reach is beyond the UK. We have even people in Canada still have RICS, and people in Nigeria and all over the world have RICS, because if you're working with a multinational company, most of their requirements is RICS, and even some like, for instance, if you're trying to migrate to Australia will require you to have your supervisors or someone who vouches for you has to be an RICS member. And then CIQS is Canadian Institute of Quantity Surveyors. So they are local to quantity surveyors in Canada, right? So they regulate the activities of quantity surveyors in Canada. Basically, people practicing QS and people who study QS, right? And Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors, as the name implies, is a regulatory an organization that regulates the activities of members in Nigeria, right? Practicing quantity surveying. And they are the ones that says, oh, this person is our member, is eligible to practice quantity surveying in Nigeria. So I don't know if that answers your questions. And then the different registration for all these bodies are different. They are different. They have different requirements depending on your experience, on your academic background.
Yeah, and just to add to it, basically every country has a regulation body for quantity surveying, and that body is named after that country. That's why you have Nigeria Institute of Quantity Surveyors, Canadian Institute of Quantity Surveyors. And we have Australian Institute of Quantity Surveyors. We have in the Philippines, we have in Egypt, we have in Ghana. So they regulate the local practice of quantity surveying. However, there are some organizations that are far more reaching because of their strategic positioning. And a typical example of that is Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyor, RICS. And they are far more reaching because they are not majorly focusing on quantity surveying. There are some other aspects of surveying they focused on, like estate surveyors, land surveyors, valuers, several institutions coming together. That makes the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyor. We have ICEC, ICEC. ICEC is not open to individuals. It's open to, for example, like quantity surveyor practice in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Tanzania, in Sri Lanka, coming together under one body. So there are so many institutes, so many organizations, so many certifications. But one thing that is key is know the one that is strategic to what you want to achieve. It's not compulsory you have RICS. But if RICS is strategic to your goal, work towards getting it. Work towards getting it. It's not just because, oh, I want to have this, I want to have that, I want to have that. All these things, they don't come cheap. And their memberships, you must keep the membership annually. If you default in a year, you have to reapply again. You have to reapply, although it may not be as stringent as what you applied before. So you have to be strategic. All this is just to build networking, to upgrade your knowledge, to make you connect to people on a normal day you may not be able to talk with, or you may not be able to have a relationship with. Thank you.
Sorry. So sorry, my mic was muted. Thank you very much, sir, for that. I got another question here, that if students are eligible to getting remote jobs.
Is that a
Yes,
question? If students are eligible?
Yes.
Yeah, remote job. It depends on what the employer or the recruiter is after. For example, in Australia here, there are some rules. IT students in Nigeria, they call them cadets here. There are some rules that are specifically for cadets. Even if you're a BSc holder, they won't give it to you. Because every organization, I think there is a rule that every organization must have a particular number of cadets. And usually these cadets, they train them, and when they're done with school, they absorb them as their staff, like junior estimator, junior contract administrator. And they learn on the go, and they become senior. And some even become principal and chief. And some even go ahead and become commercial manager. So if you are a student, that's one of the systems we want to see them entrench in quantity surveying practice in Nigeria. Students shouldn't just sit at school. Honestly, your 3 months IT, 6 months IT is not enough. It's not enough to corroborate the theory, the rudiments they are pouring to us. You know, they should structure the timetable in such a way that quantity surveying students, built environment students, they can have opportunity to work with local organizations, local construction organization, local quantity surveying firms to gain experience, on how things are done, such that by the time they are graduating, they automatically know where to go for job. Some will even automatically have opportunity of setting up organization. You get it? You know, I don't think maybe it's an African thing. You know, we are being taught to seek for job. But the Western world, they teach them to create job opportunities. So you can't create job opportunities when you don't have the experience of what is required. When you don't have experience of what is required. So one thing we need to put forward to national body NIQS, when they are accrediting universities, they should ensure that quantity surveying students, aside from the mandatory IT students, they have opportunity to volunteer and learn from from established quantity surveying firms. For example, like while I was in school, while I was in uni, although I didn't know much about quantity surveying before I got to university, but when I got to know, there was a particular oga then that used to give me, oh, Tosin, help me do this bill, help me do this bill. It gave me opportunity to build myself in measurement as a student. Some I charge, some I don't charge. Just like you were referring to the other time that you wrote a paper and someone called you to join. So you can actually pick that as an aspect you want to develop yourself in. And before you know it, you are still a student, you have papers published. You are still a student, you have network of professors. Tell me why you won't get scholarship, you won't get to know about scholarship. Tell me why you won't find yourself as a scholar in years to come, because you were networking at the grassroots. So also, if you want to become a good and wonderful quantity surveyor, you must bury yourself in a quantity surveying firm, even if they're not paying you anything. As a core member, I served in Taraba State, but because of my quest for knowledge, I was working in Abuja. So I travel from Abuja to Taraba every month for what's it called, a CDS, signing off and things like that. I come back to Abuja. So the entire payment I get from NYSC and Abuja was to fund my trips. To go and sign off my papers. But they are paying off today because I buried myself in getting to know the nitty-gritty. Like I said, what we were taught in school is just 30% of what we should know. The remaining 70%, you have to be intentional about it. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very, very much, sir. I think that about sums everything we've been saying up. We need to actually be more intentional about our growth. Thank you very much, sir. Great. So now we'll be wrapping up the webinar. But lastly, someone is asking Folusha Aishat is asking QS Opeyemi if there's an opportunity to become one of his mentees. Yes, sir.
Okay, no, there is no gatekeeping at this point in time. So I would say it's fine. Maybe when you go through the recording, when it's uploaded online, you see on my last slide, my email address and my phone number is there, so you can reach out and we can work together. I'm open to that.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. So, Uche Tochukwu, you mentioned that you have a question before we move on. What's your question, please? Okay. It's not on the call anymore. Okay, so you want to type it. So we're waiting for you. Okay, Emmanuel Oyeyipo says, as a registered Nigerian QS student, currently in 400 level, trying to build my career in quantity surveying, can I start building up my CBD points? I don't know if QS Akinredewo is on the call.
Let me just give a shout out on that. Yes, you can. You can start building your CPD. However, there are some CPDs that will, for example, if you're becoming NIQS, I think they will only reckon with CPD that you've got post certificate, post your BSc qualifications. However, because you have about 3 years to write your logbook, so the ones you have can still count, because usually CPDs should have a validation of like 12 months or some 24 months. So because whatsoever things you've done today, there could have been some things that have overwritten it in the course of the year. So yeah, you can start having your CPD. Even what we are doing here is CPD. I will put this in my RICS logbook as training, and that is almost 2 hours for me. Every year with RICS, with CIQS, you need to have a mandatory 20 CPD points for you to renew your membership. So CPD is ongoing. It's not the fact that you have one 3 years ago that you want to bring it. No, there are lots of opportunities, and you don't have to pay for them. There are some that are paid CPD points. There are some that are not paid CPD points. There are some things we do that we don't know they are CPD points, just like Mrs. Akinredewo was saying. For example, if you are, as a student, the time you are spending doing your studies is a CPD. It could be an informal CPD. The time you sit down in class to receive lectures, that's CPD. You know, if you are a master's student, the time you spend on your research, it's a CPD. You can put it as an informal CPD, or sometimes it could be a formal CPD. The time you spend sitting down together with your friend doing question and answer, that's CPD. You know, it doesn't end in you having to attend the seminar. Those seminars, once they are the paid CPD. What we are having here is a CPD. You know, 2 hours, 1.5 hours, it goes a long way. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for that.
And I want to add to that. Okay, sorry to cut you in. I think for now, apart from getting the CPD point, the most important thing is the networking that comes with these programs, webinars that issues this CPD, right? So you might not be able to use the CPD in a couple of years, but you'll be able to use the people you met, the relationship you've created, the networks you've created during this program. And I'm not sure which profession you were asking about, but I'm assuming if it's NIQS, you will definitely need to use it within a certain number of time. For CIQS, you will need to use it for the, like, if the CPD is this year, you have to use it against for next year. I don't know if you understand. Like, if you build a CPD this year, it helps your registration for 2027. So like Dr. Lowale said, I am building this program, I have my CPD, and CIQS requires 30, and I have my CPD out of this, right? So you can do like online, like last year to meet up my CPD, I had to do a Google certification program, and that's how I got my complete CPD. So yeah, it also matters what profession you want to use it for. You have to look at their CPD requirement and see if having it banking CPD is worth it. If not, you just take advantage of the networking that the CPD webinars and program offers you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Saz. All right, we are way past our time. We're supposed to end by 2 p.m. So other questions, you can just drop them on the group page and direct
sorry for cutting you here. I just want to address this question I'm seeing here. Are probationers restricted to HND BTech graduates? What about BSc holders? Every graduate, you'll come out as a probationer member. Once you're a graduate and you show your interest, you want to continue with you want to register for NIQS, you start as a probationer member. It is from the probationer member, you sit down to write your exams, to fill your logbook. As a probationer member, it doesn't mean they're going to chase you out. It means that you are still under supervision of someone higher, of a member. So once you write your exam and you pass your exams and you pass your interview, then you apply to upgrade your membership from probationer membership to corporate membership. So every graduate, be it HND, BTech, BSc, you are under probation. Even some people might even have ND in some other what's it called, ND or HND in some other discipline that they want to align with QS. They can apply to be a probationer member. That is why you can see someone who has civil engineering and is a member of NIQS, because he joined as a probationer member, he wrote the exam, he passed, and he was conferred a full membership. So that is it. Once you graduate from school and you apply, if you graduate from school and you didn't apply, you are not a probationer member, you are not even considered as a member of NIQS. You must pick up the form, register your interest to be a member of NIQS. It's not automatic. So you just have to be intentional about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. Thank you very much. Please let's give our speakers a round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. I think somebody here asked a very important question about how can a professional establish his or herself when you travel out of Nigeria without studying the available routes, and how to get jobs over there. Okay.
Without studying the available routes, I can't see the question.
When you travel out of Nigeria without studying the available routes.
How can a professional establish his or herself when you travel out of Nigeria without studying the available routes and how to get jobs over there? Oh, well, unfortunately, I don't have answers to that. Most of us left the shores of Nigeria. For example, I left Nigeria because I'm a quantity surveyor. My qualification paved the way. But if you get out of the country, not because of studying, I will advise you go and study something. In that country, there are various opportunities for you to study. Various opportunities. So latch on any of the opportunity and study. It could take you 3 years, it could take you 2 years, but embed yourself in studying something that is relevant in that society. Take, for example, my wife lectured at FUTA. My wife is English, has MSc in English language, and almost completing a PhD. When we go to Australia here, he tried to continue with that, but she discovered that was not selling points in Australia. She had to switch from art to nursing science, and she spent about 3 years studying nursing. I became chemistry teacher, physics teacher, all over again to take her through. And by the grace of God today, she's a registered nurse. She's practicing, she's working. So if you get out of Nigeria, you didn't study, you didn't have your qualification before you left. If you didn't have your qualification before you left, when you get to wherever you're going, go and learn something. There are opportunities for you to go to polytechnics. There are different names they call them. You can do diploma. You can do certificate 1, certificate 2, certificate 3, certificate 4. It could be carpentry, it could be plumbing, it could be tiling, and it could even be construction management. It could even be estimating. There are opportunities for you to learn anything you want to learn, and you'll be relevant in that society. So by the time you learn and you start working, you build on your qualification. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So we have, okay, Williams. I see that you are Mr. Williams. I see that you are raising up your hands. Do you have a question? Okay. Yes, miss. Okay, then thank you very much. We've come to the end of today's webinar. Thank you very much. On behalf of the National Association of Quantity Surveyors students, I'd like to sincerely appreciate our esteemed speakers for taking our time to share such valuable insights with us today. Your contributions has truly expanded our perspective on what it means to be a globally relevant quantity surveyor. And to every participant, I'd like to say thank you for joining and engaging with us. We trust that this session has equipped you with the knowledge and direction needed to take your next steps. And we also appreciate the NAQSS leadership and organizing team for making this event a success. Thank you all once again. And we look forward to seeing you at our next session. So I'll be calling on the Southeast Coordinator in person of Comrade Philip to take us in the closing prayer. Thank you very much.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, good afternoon.
Everybody, can you hear me? Let's bow down our
Yes,
heads
we
and say,
can hear you.
let's say a word of prayer. Father, thank you for today. Thank you for bringing us together on this call today. We appreciate the time shared, the ideas discussed, and unity among us. As we end this meeting, we ask for your guidance in all we do. Help us to apply what we have learned and continue to work together in peace and understanding. Grant everybody safe journey and success in their tasks ahead. May your presence go with us always. In Jesus' name.
Yes, thank you. Amen. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining the webinar. You can always network in the comments, right? Drop your social media handles, and of course, you can follow us on all our social media platforms. Thank you very much.